kwa maombi. Tafadhali mahali popote ulipo, tunakuomba kwa unyenyekevu uje utufungulie kwa maombi.
Asante sana bwana MC. Kwa majina naitwa Alex Kazungu, Officer in Charge Makueni Remand. Kwa heshima mahali tulipo, naomba tuweze kuinamisha vichwa ili tukaweze kufungua kwa maombi. Baba yetu uliye juu mbinguni, tunakushukuru asubuhi ya leo kwa sababu ya kutupatia nafasi ya kuiona siku ya leo. Ni siku njema ambayo Bwana umetupa, na katika ukarimu wako Bwana umetufanya tukaweze kuwa part and parcel of this program. Tunaikabidhi program ya leo mikononi mwako, maana ulisema ya kwamba mambo yetu yote Bwana yajulikane kwako. Kwa hivyo tunaomba ya kwamba kwa kila session ambayo tutakuwa nayo, Mungu uweze kutupatia utulivu na amani. Tunakushukuru kwa sababu ya wageni wetu wa heshima na wakubwa wetu wote ambao wako pamoja nasi na officers wote ambao wako hapa. Tunaomba ya kwamba Bwana ukatupatie nguvu na hekima ili tunapoendelea kuzungumzia jinsi ya kuweza kuhudumia watu wetu Bwana na clients ambao umetupatia, hekima yako Bwana ikawe juu yetu katika jina la Yesu. Bariki Bwana magereza ili Bwana ikaweze kuwa service ambayo inaheshimika. Asante Bwana kwa kila mmoja ambaye ataongea kwa nafasi moja ama nyingine. Utukuzwe uinuliwe kwa sababu wewe ni Mungu. Tutakapofika jioni na kumaliza program ya leo, tutakushukuru na kuliinua jina lako. Tunakushukuru Bwana kwa sababu umesikia maombi yetu na utajitukuza katikati yetu sasa na mapenzi yako. Kwa jina la Yesu aliye Bwana na Mwokozi wa maisha yetu tumeomba sote na kuamini, kila mmoja aseme amen.
Asante sana mkubwa wetu SSP Kazungu kwa kutufungulia kwa maombi. Tunashukuru sana. Basi mabibi na mabwana, tunaanza rasmi shughuli ya siku ya leo. Basi hivi sasa ningependa kumwalika mtangazaji mwenzangu Bwana Ball Asika aje atuanzishie kipindi cha saa asubuhi. Karibu sana.
Asante sana mwenzangu Atika. Mabibi na mabwana, natumai nyote mpo. Kama upo, hebu nipungie mkono nione mpo. I want to see whether we are all here. Asanteni sana kwa kufika kwa wakati na tunashukuru sana. Hivi sasa ninataka kumkaribisha atakayetufanyia ufunguzi wa siku ya leo na kutukumbusha tu jana kulivyokuwa. The person to do for us the opening remarks and recap of the one, that is Edwin Keegan, ambaye ako kwenye kamati andalizi ya mwaka huu Correctional Service Week. Edwin Keegan ni mmoja wetu ambaye amekuwa katika kamati hii, na ningependa tukuwafahamisha pia Edwin Keegan alikuwa ni mwanariadha wa mbio za mita 1500 na alikuwa pale katika Olimpiki ya mwaka 1972. Tumpigeni makofi tafadhali bwana Keegan. Asante sana.
Asante sana. So distinguished delegates, invited guests, my colleagues, correctional service officers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As you've heard, my name is Edwin Keegan. I am a probation officer serving. Allow me to take you through a quick journey through yesterday's highlights and the discussions that we had. It is indeed true that day 2 of the 3rd Correctional Service Week 2025 was nothing short of a day rich with insight. True rehabilitation goes beyond confinement. It is about restoring dignity and rebuilding psychosocial support and mental wellness as pillars of reform that inspires behavior modification of offenders. Thereafter, we went to session number 2 that was guided by Madame Elizabeth Njeri Kamau that looked at upholding humanity in confinement. And she presented an initiative dubbed Sex Offender Treatment Program. This program is based on cognitive behavioral therapy. It was launched in March 2025 at the Committee Prison, and it aims to address issues on empathy, self-control, law, and relapse prevention. It was a confirmation and affirmation that empathy, self-control, and addressing relapse to recidivism is a bold step towards turning remorse into responsibility. Thereafter, we journeyed to South Africa, a presentation that was carried out by Juan Morena and Esther from the Prem Rawat Foundation. The presentation was on Peace Education Program. The message was simple yet profound. Peace begins within. They made a presentation that the Peace Education Program that began in South Africa has now over 480,000 participants in 80 countries in the world. The Peace Education Program helps inmates rediscover self-awareness, inner calm, and resilience. Thereafter, we went to a very interactive session that was conducted by the Equity Bank. That was session number 4 on financial and social wellness. The empowering session reminded us that our financial and social wellness is a personal responsibility. The session culminated by a presentation that was made by Dr. Onsongo, and all of us can remember that it reminded us that through wellness, we can increase not just our life expectancy, but our legacy of service. Thereafter, we went to session number 5, a presentation that was done by Mr. Opondo Francis, a presentation on in-prison therapeutic community, a presentation that demonstrated a pilot that was conducted at Manyani Maximum Prison. In the presentation, Mr. Opondo presented that the therapeutic community model that was launched in December 2024 has already brought together 70 inmates and 30 peer mentors through the phases of orientation, therapy, and integration, and looks forward at integrating the program to other prisons in the country. We went to the culminating session, which was a panel discussion that brought together stakeholders that included the UNODC, the ICRC, and the telecommunication. This session was guided by our very own SAGP Dan Obiero. This discussion was anchored on building for safety, dignity, and efficiency through technology. The panel discussion championed humane and responsive prison design guided for 4 principles: do no harm, normality, personal goals, and social cohesion. We saw that technology and green innovation transforms holistic rehabilitation. The session culminated with a call that a stronger public-private partnership to sustain these innovations and keep our system efficient and transparency creates a dignified and efficient service delivery, not only to our offenders, but for the common good of Mwananchi. In conclusion, as we traversed through the day from therapy rooms in the panel discussions to green buildings and structures, from peace education to financial empowerment, the session showed us that when we restore one life, we rebuild our nation. This was our second day. Thank you very much.
Kindly, ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause to Edwin Kigen, mwanariadha tajika. Angalia anavyotembea na tabasamu ya mtoto Mwafrika. Mpigeni makofi tafadhali. Asante sana Kigen, na hivi sasa we are starting our first presentation that is going to take at most 20 minutes. And this session, we are handling a topic, strengthening team cohesion and leadership through publishing of weekly news reports at the Prison Staff Training College. And this session will be handled by none other than Senior Sergeant Agatha Gasheri, who is a public relations officer at the Prison Staff Training College with expertise in communication and branding. She holds a bachelor's degree in communication from St. Paul's University and a diploma in journalism and public relations from Kenya Polytechnic. Her certification include dynamic security, mindset education, website design, and basic statistics. Please, ladies and gentlemen, may we welcome on stage Madam Agatha Gasheri. Tumpigieni makofi tafadhali. Mwanadada anakuja na mwendo wa aste aste. Tumpigieni makofi tena Bi Agatha. Tumpigieni makofi mpaka atakapofika kwenye jukwaa. Asante sana, nafsi hii ni yako dadangu. Shabash.
The State Department for Correctional Services, the Probation and Aftercare Services, the Prisons Department, and the partners that we have, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Today, I'm privileged to be part of presenters for the Corrections Week 2025. As you have heard, my name is Senior Sergeant of Prisons. As you have heard, my name is Senior Sergeant of Prisons, Agatha Gasheri. I'm a PR officer at PSTC, and I'm a specialist in communication through education. I have a bachelor degree in communications, and I have a diploma in journalism and public relations from Kenya Polytechnic. Today, our main aim of meeting this morning is to discuss and present on a topic, strengthening team cohesion and leadership through publishing of weekly newsletters as in PSTC, considering it as our case study for this occasion. Before we proceed, we are going to watch an introduction of what PSTC entails. PSTC, as you have seen, it's an institution that trains prison officers. At the same time, we host events. On the same look-on, we have sporting activities, and we also have the Magereza Hospital, as you have seen on the slides. Having seen that, now we proceed to the history of PSTC newsletter. This newsletter started in 2023. In 2024, it picked up the momentum, and currently, we have a magazine. Next, Yeah, this is the magazine for the year 2024 newsletters. As you can see, all newsletters for 2024, 56 of them, they are compiled in these booklets, which is available for you in soft copies. As we proceed, the next year's compilation will be ready in January. We also welcome you to have a copy of the same. Now we proceed to the structure of this newsletter. This newsletter comprises of events and happenings at PSTC, staff achievements, trainings and welfare activities, sports and talent, editorials and innovations. As you can see on the display, that is a sample of exactly how the newsletter looks like. This newsletter is published weekly, on weekly basis, covering all the events that happen in PSTC. Now we proceed to check on the theoretical background on these communications. We have three theories that are backing it up and justifying why communication, why news. The first theory is by Hackman, 2002, that argues that cohesive teams are sustained through regular updates, shared goals, and recognition of contributions in uniformed services, especially the Kenya prisons, where precision and cooperation is essential. Newsletter reinforce unity by keeping members informed in progress and expectations. The second theoretical justification is by Bass, 1990, that emphasizes that transformational leaders inspire and motivate by communicating vision, recognizing efforts, and fostering engagement. Weekly news reports at PSTC allow leaders to demonstrate visibility, transparency, and inclusivity. On the same note, we have another theory, a social identity theory by Tajfel and Turner in 1979. This theory suggests that frequent recognition of groups' achievement strengthens members' identification within the institutions. Weekly newsletters at PSTC promote pride and commitment by highlighting shared successes. Now we proceed to how we share this newsletter at PSTC. At PSTC, we share the newsletters, as you can see on the slide, through the notice board where staff gather every Monday to check on the weekly updates so that they can get informed. At the same time, we have transferred our skills to the digital applications through the Facebook page. We have a Facebook page named PSTC Ruiru, where we also display our newsletters for the common good. At the same note, we have the PSTC YouTube page, where we also display our news as a tool of communication and engaging with members of the public. On the same note, we also offer hard copies. As you can see on this slide, these are trainees from Prison Staff Training College, as we call them the recruits, engaging with some senior officers on the weekly magazine. This is to show you that the trainees are also informed of what is happening in our institution. So it gives them confidence to train and understand the department well. At the same note, we display the hard copies in our libraries, where you can go for referencing, especially if you're doing a study about our institution. You get content that can support you on either management or learning normal skills at the college. On the same note, we archive. In our archives, we have more than 100 editions of these newsletter reports, either in soft copy or hard copies. So you're welcome. You can access them from the institution for your use. Now we proceed to the next slide. How do we gather this news? Because news has to be gathered. Somebody has to go to the field to bring the right information to the public. The biggest way that we use to gather this news is through the event attendance and coverage. We attend the events in person. We do interviews, as you are going to watch in this video. Then we come back to the office, write stories, and dispatch them. Let's watch the video.
Your presenter today is Senior Sergeant of Prisons, Agatha Gacheri. The Kenya Prisons Band, under the leadership of Chief Inspector of Prisons, Moses Kamau, accepted the invite of the Agricultural Society of Kenya to perform at ASK Show, Jamhuri Park, Nairobi. The Kenya Prisons Band took center stage at the Agricultural Society of Kenya event held at Jamhuri Park, Nairobi Arena. At precisely 1600 hours on Saturday, 30th September 2023, the band delivered a spell-binding performance that left the audience awestruck.
Pia na bedi zingine kama ya wanajeshi, ya Kenya Wildlife, ya AP, ya polisi, unaweza sema nini kuhusu bedi yetu?
Okay, bendi yenu ni in terms of marks naweza sema ni 80% perfection.
Bandi yenu iko sawa. Kwanza the drum major, that guy is perfect. Naweza taka huyo sasa ndo mimi naweza taka kuwa kama yeye. He's energetic.
Venye una expect prisons ati kama nini kama prisons, si ati kule ndani vile tunaona kama kwa news wanasema prison iko hivi na hivi, at least tunapata kuna activities zingine huku nje, kumaanisha kule ndani pia wako na fun activities zenye wanafurahishwa nazo.
I thank God concerning with this band, prison band, what they have done. I'm very impressed. I like them. I like their movement, and I like their songs. In fact, I like it moves all the crowd. I like them. Even I like the leaders.
From Switzerland. I think it was very international, first of all, and very creative. So it was easy to get excited.
I was very excited that the quality is in high standards. So I saw this band, I listened to the band, and I was excited about the quality.
Thank you very much for your time. We hope we are going to see each other another time.
Thank you, Kenya Prisons Band, for you.
Yes, thank you. That is how we gather our news. From the field, we interview attendants to gather feedback, and this feedback has assisted us as an institution to rise, to make our corrections and move ahead. So to our next slide, we ask ourselves, how does this newsletter build team cohesion? Number one, recognition of efforts. We believe that in every team, when efforts are recognized, there is motivation. Number two, there is shared ownership. Everyone feels part of the bigger PSTC story or your institution. When something is being reported about your institution and you're part of it, you feel good about it. Number three, in team cohesion, we see enhanced communication, where departments exchange updates and collaborate. Number five, we see emotional connection. News humanize officers beyond their ranks, especially as the prison department where we have rankings. When we gather news, when these news go out, they don't have a rank. Anybody can have access to them and get information. On our next slide, we check on how it strengthens leadership. As you can see on the next slide, here is the Commandant, Prison Staff Training College, planting trees, being assisted by the Deputy Commandant with trainees. These are trainees from our institution. So when such things happen and they are reported, it enhances visibility of leadership. Into our next slide, check on leadership strengthening. We see our seniors on events, like this photo was taken the other day, when our people, our staff out there, see what our leaders are doing. They feel encouraged and mentored to grow. They also want to admire to be like you one time. Next one, on leadership, the newsletter will assist the government to make informed decisions about us, the Kenya prisons. Because when they are more informed about what we do, they will likely make good decisions, having learned about us through the media or other communication in social medias. They will always have a better way to make decisions pertaining us as an institution. The next slide on the same note, we check on how this newsletter assists leadership to build confidence and engagement. As you can see in this photo, this was a Christmas celebration where the commandant, together with staff from college, and a rare chance to cut a cake, showing that there is the confidence to be close to our bosses and also to engage in all activities. As we move to the next slide, we come to learn this, that when information flows, unity grows. We check on the analysis of impact. The first analysis, we took the analysis of newsletters from January to June 2025. We wanted to check how our departments, different sections from our institutions, are engaging with these newsletters. Here we featured the training wing, where we have the field and the class sections. We featured the sports section, administration, the welfare and catering, and PR and protocol. Through the analysis, we realized that engagement is on the increase. As you can observe on this presentation, you can see that the training and the field section got the biggest share, simply because we have trainees in our institution. Every week, we give updates on the training. We also update the trainees themselves on what to expect in the next or following weeks. That is about the analysis. We come now to the social media site. Mostly, we checked on the Facebook, the YouTube, the notice board, and the WhatsApp groups. We featured our analysis from 2023 to date. As you can see, the smallest boxes, that was 2023, before we started engagement. As we proceeded, we attracted more audience. And as we are approaching 2025, we are almost hitting the peak, showing that the newsletter has an impact to our institutions. On to our next slide, we check on how this newsletter can assist the department. In this booklet, the one I have with me today, this booklet has 3 advertisements. We have an advertisement for the Magreza Circle. We have advertisement for the Priakwa water project. The drinking water that we have on our tables, it is processed at the Prison Staff Training College. We also have advertisement for our band, because our band is becoming a very attractive tool to the community. So we want to give information about it to the public and how they can book the band for their events. So this newsletter will assist us to market our products. Our next publications, we want to feature the industries and the farms so that we can also promote the products that we have within us. On to our next slide. Having done so much in reporting, we have learned some lessons that there is importance of editorial discipline. especially in the uniformed department. So we need verification of our information from our seniors so that we don't give wrong information to the public. Also, consistency and inclusivity, they will support us to yield sustainable impact. And this newsletter of PSTC has been made possible by our commandant, who is the chief editor of the document, the deputy commandant, who is the editor, and we also have a sub-editor, who is SP Joash Rono. Okay, now we reach the point of asking, what is the way forward? And what can we recommend out of the 3 years of experience of having a newsletter? The first point, we institutionalize similar newsletters across other prison facilities. Next one, we can also invest in ICT infrastructure and staff training, because you can't produce a newsletter without a computer and some specific softwares, including a camera and other items that are required. On the same note, we develop a mentorship program for communication officers. Many a times, communication officers are forgotten because many times we are behind the cameras and there's fatigue. So the mentorship program will assist these officers to do more. The final recommendation, we can integrate the newsletters with official website for public engagements. And to our next slide, conclusion. Internal communications builds informed, united, and motivated teams. At PSTC, storytelling has become a tool for leadership and team cohesion. So let's continue communicating for the common good. Notice, there are available publications at PSTC for our use. We have annual compilation for the weekly news reports, which you can access in soft copy. We also have the trainee magazine with us that encompasses the training at our institution. And we also have the calendar for 2026. We welcome you to engage with us so that you can access the documents. Thank you for listening to my presentation.
Give her a round of applause. That is Gasheri. Yes, na amefanya kazi kuntu. Tumpigieni makofi tena tafadhali. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and colleagues in the Kenya Correctional Services, at this juncture, I now introduce Wesonga Ezekiel, probation officer with the Kenya Probation and Aftercare Service. His work emphasizes offender rehabilitation, community-based corrections, and reducing recidivism. He holds a degree in penology and security studies from Moi University and is pursuing a Master of Arts in Peace and Security Studies at the University of Embu. He is a skilled writer, author of the forthcoming book, Kin Against the Crown, and certified in Kenya Sign Language for Inclusive Services. Please welcome Ezekiel Wesonga as he takes us through a subject entitled Innovation in Correctional Operation and Service Delivery, Innovative and Contextualized Approaches to Reducing Recidivism in Kenya, AI-powered integration, USSD-based rehabilitation, and culturally adapted R&R models. Mabibi na mabwana, kwa pamoja na tumpokee Ezekiel Wesonga. Tafadhali tumpigieni makofi.
Distinguished guests present, my fellow colleagues from Correctional Service, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As you've heard, my name is Ezekiel Wesonga. My fellow Christians calls me the prophet of dry bones. And my colleagues calls me Pastor Ezekiel because I engage in healing offenders. The very architecture of our work gives us a lot of stories. And today I'll begin my presentation with a story. And the story is about a sister who got married to a Luo man. And the first meal she prepared for him was fish. And she prepared by cutting both ends, the head and the tail. And the husband was like, "Why are you doing away with the sweetest parts of the fish?" My sister replied by saying, "That is how my mom taught me." And when my mom was asked why she prepares fish that way, her answer was, "My mom also taught me that way. That is now my grandmother." And when my grandmother was asked, she replied by saying, "I prepared by cutting both ends because my cooking pot was small." Ladies and gentlemen, I will present to you a paper that gives us strategies on how to prepare this fish on our own way. And this work is not merely a theoretical exploration, but it is a pragmatic attempt to show how technology can work in our correctional service. I'll begin by my favorite quote. By that German scholar, that we cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when created them. As I present, you'll see the relevance of that quote. We all agree, and we know from both nature and human behavior, that you cannot change the fruit of a tree before changing its roots. And that is where my paper begins, by understanding that recidivism is the elephant in the room. And it therefore offers 3 practical innovations. That is AI integration, USSD models, and domesticating the RNR model. To come up with this paper, I perused various literature, and of course, for those of us in probation service, we understand these 2 gentlemen by the name Andrews and Bonda, who are the pioneers of the RNR model. And I also perused the global perspectives of these innovations. And my findings are still therein. This paper employed various methodologies, and we all agree that recidivism is so diverse, and it cannot only be measured by numbers. So it employed qualitative design with stakeholders consultations, that is ICT experts, probation officers, and the community leaders. We also had desk review of academic literature and case studies. So on to the paper. We all agree that currently AI is the new normal, and we cannot run away from it. For instance, we have platforms like Jobcase and other many platforms that are currently using, currently using recommendation engines to recommend for employment placement, having understood that employment is or rather lack of it, is the main cause of recidivism. So I know some of you may be asking, how can this AI-based job matching work or be integrated in the probation service? The ICT consultations reveal that developing such system is technologically feasible and it is also scalable in Kenya. How can we do this? At the time the offender exits, whether in prison or probation service, you all have his or her profile data. What is done, if this portal is developed, you enter that data into that portal and it automatically matches the skills to the available vacancies. I'll not go into details because of time, but let me show you how the portal will look like if at all is created. For example, you have Wafula in Kakamega who has skills in carpentry. Then you have keyed in the data of this Wafula in the portal. Upon completion, when you've engaged the private sector or a carpenter or a carpentry industry within Kakamega, the portal automatically detects and matches Wafula's skills and connects him to the industry. I'm proposing this because traditional manual referral systems, they're somehow slow, non-systematic, and they're subject to bias. We now go to the USSD-based rehabilitation platform. I want you to imagine how you first felt when you were told that you can no longer go to the bank and line up to withdraw money, but rather you can use *522 and sort out your bills. You can imagine the feeling. The same can be done in probation. Ladies and gentlemen, we can admit what we call CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, using the USSD model. As you imagine how you felt when you dialed 522 at first, and you did not go to the bank to line up for 2 or 3 hours, only to withdraw maybe rent payment. And I want you also to imagine how that has saved you a lot of time, the emergencies it has solved. The same can be applied in probation. And how can it work? You can you can develop this key in data like, for example, *77#. Then you choose the prompts therein. If you are administering, for example, stress management, the offender back in the village, and I'm proposing that you use, I proposed USSD-based rehabilitation platform because most of our clients have the low-end phones, and they live in remote areas. For example, a client dials *772#, then chooses stress management, then the next screen will give him options. And the options may include all the contents in the CBT. So you'll be administering at the comfort of your office, and the client is also at the comfort of his home or her home. we can all agree that if we employ this USSD-based rehabilitation model, it will also make you detect earlier relapses. Because if a client reports on a monthly basis, there is a high chance that in between, the client may relapse, or the program or the ITP model may fail to work. But if you have these and it alerts you on the progress, and I'm proposing that this model also has a reward. So imagine you've gone all through the process, then at the end, you are being told you have been awarded 5-star. You can imagine the feeling, and that is what we call psychology of engagement. Relationship with this model, because I remember during my interview, when I was asked what new knowledge I'm bringing into probation, I was fresh from university and I had a grasp of this model. So I told the panelist that I'm going to practice the R&R model and I'm going to champion for its domestication. And the body language of the panelist told me that you are already employed, and here I am. So, this model was developed in Canada by these two gentlemen, Andrews and Bonda. And then we carried it wholesale into the Kenyan context, I mean. This is akin to treating malaria in an aggravate. You'll agree with me. So my proposal is that we need to engage communities and restructure this model into our Kenyan context. I have given an example there where clan elders in Kakamega mediate land dispute while CBT sessions address impulsivity. So you have an R&R circle there, the one I'm proposing. At the beginning, we have responsibilities before you start your rehabilitation. The offender must be responsible of his actions, so that it enables you to rehabilitate him or her. Then you go to the needs, the criminogenic needs, then resources. At the resources, this is where the AI comes in. At the resources is where you will link this client to the AI portal and the available jobs. And then relationships is where I'm talking about the communities, the pro-social bonds back in the community, because there is where the offender came from. Now, imagining this is a wheel. For those of you who are driving, if you get a puncture in anywhere in the wheel, you know what will happen. The car will not move again. My paper also has a critique, and the critique is all about the existing model. CSO. We all understand that CSO is a good thing. It helps the government economically because it saves a lot. But again, imagine someone whose offending stemmed from anger, and you are sending him to sweep the chief's office. And there is also a robber somewhere where the court was too lenient, and he's also sweeping the same office, chief's office. So there is a gap. And for instance, our clients, or rather non-custodial offenders, most of them are accustomed to manual labor. So giving them again manual labor, I think they find pleasure in it. So I'm proposing that this CSO should be linked to TVET certification, and it should also transition from CSO into an AI job portal. You see, most of us, the officers, we focus a lot on, we forget the transformation, and we focus a lot on compliance. So you evaluate a client based on compliance and not transformation. Have you completed your 2 hours? Yes, then you go and key in that there is a satisfactory completion. I have a discussion there, but it covers all that I have covered. So I'll go directly to the policy and practice. So integrating this AI and this technology into correctional, it will require a regulatory and ethical framework. This means, therefore, that PACS should work with regulators such as Office of Data Protection Commissioner to develop policies and protect offender data privacy. And it's here that I'm recommending an amendment to the Probation of Offenders Act, Cap 64, Laws of Kenya, to include provisions for technology-assisted supervision and treatment that incorporates the 3 aspects I've talked about. I have evaluation framework. How can we be evaluated? Therefore, I'm proposing that we cluster randomized pilot across counties. We can choose one urban county and one remote county like Kitui and maybe Nairobi. And the primary outcomes can be evaluated within 12 and 24 months. And the second outcome shall be employment, housing stability, and relapse rates, as well as CBT completion. Ladies and gentlemen, as probation officers, we are always trained to be strict on time. I'm reminded that I have 30 seconds remaining. But allow me to conclude by saying that that Kenya must move beyond uniform punishment models. You know, you cannot punish a robber same as a person who has assaulted the neighbor. So we must move beyond that. We must move beyond cooking this fish by cutting both ends, the head and the tail. The three aspects I've talked about, they're feasible and scalable as confirmed by the ICT experts. And then the stakeholders must also take action, required action for piloting and policy uptake. And if implemented, these strategies can significantly reduce recidivism and position Kenya as a continental leader in correctional innovation. I remember I started with a quote, and this is where it is making sense, that we cannot reduce reoffending with yesterday's tools. The future of correctional practice is evidence-based, is evidence-driven, technology-enabled, and culturally grounded. As I end my presentation, I told you I have a personal relationship with R&R. I must also say I have a personal relationship with this, the color in the background, the blue color. You know, I was wondering why Parks uses the blue background. And then I had to go and research on psychology of colors. Then I found out that blue represents wisdom, intelligence, and innovation. And I was wondering, I've never met a colleague with intelligence deficiency. And that's why I'm even wearing a blue suit. It's not for convenience, but it's for conviction. Thank you very much.
Kindly give him a round of applause. Tumpigieni makofi Wesonga. Amefanya kazi kuntu sana kwa kutufahamisha na kutujuza. Naam, mabibi na mabwana, hivi sasa tunataka tupate video ama filamu iliyo na mambo halisi katika lugha ya Kimayai. Tukaita documentary ya dakika 7. Kisha baada ya hapo nitampisha mwenzangu Atika akaweza kutuletea burudani fupi na kutufahamisha washikadau ambao tuko pamoja nao. Kisha moja kwa moja atamleta mwenzangu Bwana Gerald. Kwako ICT.
Basio mimi nilisema Kaploti, mimi ni hoka, Toto biscuit, fresh water, dawa ya mende na panya, Toto biscuit. Pia hiyo inaleta ugali kwa meza.
Sounds of Kasula John, alias Kaploti mwenyewe. His stage name derived from his hit song Kaploti. A musician, urban poet, spoken word artist.
Mazishi daily na sio wazee ni maboy. So sad, so sad.
And motivational speaker who draws inspiration from a 5-year sentence he served at Committee Maximum Security Prison for the offense of robbery with violence. Born and raised in Soweto, Kayole in Nairobi's Eastlands, Kaploti grew up in an environment where young people turned to drugs and crime due to widespread unemployment and poverty.
Unaweza sema maisha ya pale mtaani si mbaya na si nzuri. Yaani si mbaya na si poa. Iko tu hapo. Lakini sasa inategemea na msee. Unaweza ipiga tu kaom na ingiane.
Kasula's journey to reform began while serving his sentence at Committee Maximum Prison, where he discovered the many programs offered by the Kenya Prison Service that help inmates in their rehabilitation and reformation journey.
I used to stay with the hardcore criminals. I used to stay with people who have done worse than my case. Many understand? Na unapata hao watu wengi wanabadilika ama wengine wana fall back into that trap. Ambapo mimi nilichoose sita fall back into that trap, but also nilikuwa naomba Mungu nikitoka anisaidie tu sana niweze kurudi tena Kamiti ama jela yoyote, nisaidie wasee pia na testimony yangu, alisa hata hawa badilike pia ama hata hawa watoke kwa hiyo situation because kuna pia also, unajua mahali kuna wawili, watano, wanne, kutakuwa lazima kuwe na bad influence, kutakuwa na positivity, kutakuwa na negativity. So it's upon you as an individual to choose path unataka.
As an artist, his creativity was evident even during incarceration.
I had to devise innovative ways za kuendelesha usanii yangu. So what did I do? I used to ask my brothers wanilete exercise books. These exercise books wakileta wanapatia ofisa. Then the officer ananiletea. Akiniletea mimi naandika mistari zangu. Kitabu ikijaa na naambia mabro wakujie, wanazikujia, wanazipeleka home, wanaweka, zinakaa safe. Zikikaa safe, sasa unakuta inakuwa rahisi kwa mimi, nilikuwa na ile belief ya nitatoka.
Today, Kaploti mwenyewe is a strong advocate for peace and a vocal campaigner against youth involvement in crime. He moves from prison to prison, sharing his story and encouraging inmates to obey the law and upon release, pursue honest and productive lives.
In jela unaweza rekebika na haki. It all depends with somebody. If you are willing to change, you can change. Hakuna kitu iwezekani. Kubadilika unaweza badilika.
Since his release, Kaploti takes great pride in the fact that he has never been in conflict with the law. He believes that everyone, regardless of their past, can reform and become a productive member of society. Derek Odwar, tech-savvy exploits would land him in trouble. He was only a Form 1 student when he found himself in conflict with the law. He had fallen into bad company.
Before I got myself into incarceration, I would remember I was done with my Form 1. Then having a joining group, Chiki Boys. So unfortunately in that group, we had a group which was well in computer. So we were hacking M-Pesa, doing some illegal transaction.
It was not long before the law caught up with him.
The 40 days were over. Yeah, so that's what we used to do. But we ended up, it was on December, the holiday, that term holiday.
Was arrested and sentenced to serve time at Shikusa Bosto Institution. During his time at the Bosto Institution, he enrolled in various rehabilitation programs and continued with his formal education. It was here that his transformation truly began.
First you have to accept yourself, reform, then you have to forgive yourself. Then you have to start a new chapter of your life. If you had wrong with other people and community, just try to have a good interrogation with them. So that's what I did. I accepted, I went on a wrong way. I apologized. After apologizing, I forgave myself. Then I started to focus on a new life.
A sergeant attached to the Kenya Defense Forces, Derek is the founder and chairperson of the Bosto Institution Alumni Association, a network of reformed individuals who now serve the nation in various areas, including education, energy, and the security sector. Derek and his team work tirelessly to prove that reform is possible and that even those who have erred can rise to become responsible, law-abiding citizens who can contribute positively to national development. For Hamisi Nzari, a former inmate and now an advocate of the High Court, a paralegal trainer, a motivational speaker and human rights defender, his success is a coincidence of sorts.
My life is a kaleidoscope of errors, mistakes, blunders, resilience, and transformation.
Dismissed from a local bank at the age of 27 for fraudulent dealings, Mzari would, out of anger, devise strategies of defrauding his former employer.
I got dismissed without any charges being preferred against me, but I was simply told in the dismissal letter that I had caused a loss to the bank. Young and naive, I found myself in the streets of Nairobi without a job, but with a good brain and a lot of experience as a banker.
The crisis of banking industry in 1998 had laid off many bankers, young like me, who were all loitering the streets of Nairobi. I ended up joining a group of such bankers, and unfortunately, what I thought was a revenge mission ended being a web of fraud scenarios.
But his schemes would later be detected in a turn of events that saw him arrested, convicted, and jailed for 10 years.
That was a turning point in my life. For the first time, I saw the vagaries of being a prisoner. I was sent to Nairobi West Prison to serve my term, and while there, I was taken to the industry section.
During his incarceration, he studied carpentry during his rehabilitation as he waited for his term to end. But it was an act of charity where he helped a fellow inmate draft his defense that resulted in his acquittal that changed the course of his ambition.
The prison authority at Nairobi West found it fit to remove me now from the industry section, and they took me to the canteen, and they gave me an old desktop which I would use to now do the legal work of typing submissions and grounds of appeal. The successes continued, and they started calling me Wakili.
Earning the nickname Wakili, Mzari took the title with pride, and once he finished his time in prison, he decided to study law through the support of Justice Defenders, an organization working with the State Department for Correctional Services to provide legal education, training, and practice to both inmates and prison staff.
In the year 2019, we graduated at committee with our LLBs, and I was thus a lawyer. But many questions abound. People were skeptical that that was the end of that course. But I pursued it. I did my applications to the Council of Legal Education. They verified my foreign degree and eventually asked me to go to the Riara University to do the pre-KSL course. That is the pre-Kenya School of Law course, which ensures that those who have done a foreign degree in law, they do some courses to bridge the gap of the areas that they did not cover in their foreign degree. I passed my exams at Riara University and proceeded to the Kenya School of Law. And on the 23rd of November 2023, I got admitted as an advocate of the High Court of Kenya.
At the Machakos Level 5 Hospital lies the story of a man whose life is as poignant as is inspiring. A story that best manifests resilience, redemption, and the power of transformation. Once an inmate, Dr. Ezekiel Gishuhi Minor now saves lives, an exemplification that no condition is permanent. Born beneath the silent shadow of the Aberdare Range, where mist veils the valleys and the wind hauls through the ridges, with stories long forgotten, Dr. Ezekiel was born in a family of 3, comprising of 2 boys and a girl, under the stewardship of a single mother. He would lose his mother while still a young man, with his grandmother taking up the role. While his loving grandmother did her best to take care of him, extreme poverty would prove an obstacle, crushing his dreams of making it in life through education, even after performing well in his Kenya Certificate of Primary Education examinations. His persistence to continue with formal education would remain bumpy amid a myriad of challenges.
I used to do farming after the school fees was not sufficient. So I dropped out of the school and I started burning charcoal. I started farming potatoes, and just for the upkeep.
His innate quest to make it in life and lift his family out of abject poverty would see him venture into various startups, including moving to various towns before setting up base in Eldoret town. And just as he thought he had found his balance after venturing into a shoe-selling business, misfortune struck as he took a cooling break at a bar in Malaba on his way to Uganda to pick more stock.
I found myself in the other half of the road because I didn't know. It was my first time to be arrested, and I didn't know that those shortcuts would lead me to the other half of the road. So I found myself convicted for 5 years because of the attempted robbery.
He was locked up at the Bungoma main prison before his quest for an education took him to Naivasha maximum security prison. Ezekiel would find solace in the words of Nelson Mandela that education is the most powerful weapon which one can use to change the world, words which became his leading light in the pursuit of his dreams. Studying under difficult conditions, Ezekiel performed exemplary in his Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education examination, scoring an A- in the exams announced in February 2013. That triumph would see his trajectory radically change, his dream now taking a more probable outlook.
Pain I saw my fellow inmates undergoing because of sicknesses. When they go to hospital, no good treatment offered there. So that inspired me to become a good doctor and change the whole situation.
Upon his release, he applied to the University of Nairobi to study medicine and surgery, and when the acceptance letter arrived, he was overjoyed. But the joy was short-lived, with the cost of undertaking the course proving prohibitive. He would get a sponsor to pay his fees, but as fate would have it, the ghost of poverty would come back to haunt him.
I got some sponsorship from some church-based organization, whereby they reached at that year, they were not able to pay anymore for my school fees. So I had to defer. In the university, you have to defer. If you cannot sit for that examination, so you have to defer to the next year.
His redemption coming from the State Department for Correctional Services, who took the responsibility of taking up the burden by paying his fees until his graduation at a time that his future appeared destined for failure.
My school fees arrears was paid by the PS, Dr. Sarume Piako, together with a Christian, that is the secretary for the probation. Together they paid my remaining school fees, and that's the reason why I was able to complete my studies. That is last year. I graduated last year, 2024.
As he kicks off his dream career, he is living proof that the lowest valleys can become launching pads for great triumphs, and that indeed the mission of the State Department for Correctional Services of rehabilitating and reforming offenders for eventual reintegration is bearing fruit.
Behind these prison walls, we have men who have got brains that can move mountains. We have people who are deep and sincere about the reform agenda. People who regret, truly contrite, highly remorseful about what they have done, and they are yearning for a second chance like the one I was given, for them to come out and serve this nation in various capacities and demonstrate that indeed Mui huwa mwema.
Mui huwa mwema. Tupige makofi kwa documentary nzuri sana. Asante sana wale wote walioandaa documentary hiyo. Basi hivi sasa tunaingia katika burudani fupi sana, na ningependa kuomba Heavy Duty watufungulie na burudani, tukifuatiwa na brass band na vile vile kwaya itufungie kwa wimbo moja, wimbo ambayo umeombwa, weka Kenya mbele, weka Kenya mbele. Heavy Duty, uwanjani wenu.
Habari zenu tena, ni sherehe si sherehe, mkono juu tafadhali. Asante sana, unaruhusika kuinuka na kucheza tafadhali. Thank you.
Yanga ina mobali, ngai patalo mokaba mama. Sobalala Osukiswa bilobela boya bazo Ikwela yanga ina sheri Zukalili jamba
Tusimame juu kidogo, kidogo, chini kwa chini, chini kwa chini. Heavy duty ikitongoa ngoa kidogo tu, kidogo tu, kidogo tu, kidogo tu, chini kwa chini. Ah, 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 pole pole. Pole pole. Chini kwa chini. Let's be upstanding. and enjoy the music. Ladies and gentlemen, let's be upstanding and enjoy the music by the orchestra Super Duty, Heavy Duty. Footworks. Inaitwa rumba ya bakulutu, au ukipenda muziki wa polepole, rumba ya wazee, chini kwa chini. Footworks. Footworks. Hey. 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 Ati nini? Aha. Director Bwana Majere anasema iko sambamba kabisa. Siku ya kufana, shangwe, vivijo, deremo, chereko na kayaya. Wow.
Ni sherehe, si sherehe. Shangwe na vigelegele jamani. Unaitwa mziki bila jasho. Aha. 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 Owe. Anguka. Anguka. Aha.
Asante sana, asante sana, asante sana, asante sana. Tukipata nafasi mtaendelea na wasichana wa Taita. Nasikia mlikuwa umeanza kwa umbali. Basi hivi sasa tungependa kukaribisha brass band ikiongozwa naye. Kumbuka ya kwamba Heavy Duty Choir na brass band zote zinaongozwa na SP Bwana Moses Kamau. Wakati huu brass band uwanjani wenu.
Baada ya hii ndio mnajua wakiwa wanaenda kumaliza kabisa. Uchape kama mbili hivi. Leo tunataka tuvutwe. Kwa hiyo itaimba mpaka tuvutwe leo.
Washangilie kwa makofi, tuwapigie makofi brass band. Asante sana, asante sana. Basi wageni wetu, hivi sasa tunaingia katika kwaya ya Prisons iliyo na tajriba kubwa tangu mwaka wa 1971. Karibu Prisons Choir.
Nilizunguka kote duniani sikupata rafiki. Huyo rafiki rafiki yangu ni Bwana wangu. Nilizunguka kote duniani sikupata rafiki. Nilizunguka kote duniani sikupata rafiki. Huyo rafiki rafiki yangu Bwana wangu. Nilitembea kote duniani sikuwa na neema. Nilitembea kote duniani sikuwa na neema. Neema yangu, neema yangu, neema yangu, Bwana wangu. Nilitembea kote duniani. Nilitembea kote duniani sikupata neema. Neema yangu, neema yangu, neema yangu, Bwana wangu. Nilizunguka kote duniani sikupata wokovu. Nilizunguka kote duniani sikupata wokovu. Wokovu wangu, wokovu wangu, wokovu wangu, wokovu wangu. Nilizunguka kote duniani sikupata wokovu. Nilizunguka kote duniani sikupata wokovu. Wokovu wangu, wokovu wangu, wokovu wangu,
ikatafuta marafiki wa dunia, lakini wakawa ni ubatili. Marafiki wa dunia ni wa kuaibisha. Marafiki wa dunia ni wakora na ni wajanja, lakini rafiki wa mbinguni, rafiki wa kweli, kwa sababu waleta tumaini na furaha na upendo. Urafiki wa Bwana Yesu Kristo, urafiki wa kweli. Amen.
Nilizunguka kote duniani sikupata rafiki. Nilizunguka kote duniani sikupata rafiki. Huyo rafiki, huyo rafiki yangu, nilizunguka kote duniani sikupata neema. Nilizunguka kote duniani sikupata neema. Neema yangu,
yapendeza kwetu, yapendeza, yapendeza kwetu sisi. Sherehe inapendeza kwetu, inapendeza, yapendeza kwetu sisi. Leo ni furaha kuwa na sherehe, asante, inapendeza, yapendeza. Asante kwa wageni wetu kufika hapa, twashukuru. Asante kwa wageni wetu kufika hapa, twashukuru. Twashukuru kwa wageni wetu kufika hapa, ni furaha tele, twashukuru. Asante tunashukuru, asante tunashukuru. Oh, asante tunashukuru, asante tunashukuru. Oh, twasema mubarikiwe, twasema mubarikiwe. Oh, twasema mubarikiwe, twasema mubarikiwe. Oh, twasema muinuliwe, twasema muinuliwe. Oh, twasema mubarikiwe, twasema mubarikiwe.
Asante sana, tuwapigie makofi, tuwashangilie kwa makofi mazuri. Asante sana. Basi ningependa kutambua, let me acknowledge the presence of Lady Justice Margaret Muigai, ambaye vile vile ni Chairperson National Community Service Orders Committee. Wakiandamana naye Deputy Registrar Madam Masi Watatua. Karibu sana. Tunaomba radhi, jana jina hilo hatukuweza kulitamka vizuri. Tunaomba radhi. Vile vile ningependa kutambua, let me acknowledge the presence of Mr. Bungani Kumalo, Deputy Commissioner General of Prisons, the Kingdom of Eswatini. Basi mabibi na mabwana, hivi sasa ningependa kumwalika mwenzangu aweze kuendelea na kipindi ambacho kiko mbele yetu. Tukiwa tunakimbishana na muda sana, tunaomba wale wote ambao wanahusika, tukienda kule mbele tujaribu kuangalia muda. Mwenzangu Bwana Gerard, karibu sana, uendelee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tika, my co-MC. Let's appreciate him with a round of applause. Tupigie makofi mazuri tafadhali. Asanteni sana Prisons Band kwa wimbo huo ambao umetupatia vibao viwili ambao vimeongoa nyoyo zetu zikatuweka ange kabisa tayari kwa siku ya leo. Mabibi na mabwana, our esteemed distinguished guests present, cognizant of the established protocols, allow me, with your permission, to recognize our partners and stakeholders who have teamed up to make this day a great success. With humility, allow me to recognize Christ is the Answer Ministry, CITAM, Nafisika Trust, Amref Kenya, Raoul Wallenberg Institute, Telio, Ministry of Defense, the Prime Rawat Foundation, International Committee of the Red Cross, ICRC, SBM Bank, Freedom Within Kenya, Pamoja Group, Magareza Sacco, Business Insight, Equity Bank, United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, UNODC, Psychology Kenya, Crime CIPOA, State Department of Tourism, Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA, Equity Afia, Manu Chandaria Foundation, Office of the Director of Public Prosecution, Kenya National Association of Probation Officers, the People's Tribune, Madison Insurance, Kenya Tourism Board, the Tree of Life, the State Department for Economic Planning, the State Department for Environment, the U.S. Embassy, the Judiciary, State Department for Aviation and Aerospace Development. Tuwapigeni makofi tafadhali. We appreciate you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed, distinguished guests. Allow me at this juncture to move to the next segment of the program, and this is a panel discussion. This panel discussion is to engage on staff development, partnership, and human rights. The plenary will focus on these thematic areas: staff well-being and motivation as a pillar for effective corrections, strengthening multi-stakeholder cooperation for holistic service delivery, and also embedding human rights and dignity in the correctional reforms. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me at this juncture to introduce our moderator this morning. Our moderator for this session is a distinguished career correctional officer with over 30 years of dedicated and exemplary service in the Kenya Prison Service. He currently serves as the Deputy Director Administration at Prisons Headquarters, Nairobi, where he provides strategic leadership in human resource management, institutional coordination, and administrative operations across the service. He has served in various capacities across correctional institutions, including Hola, Taveta, Uruku, among others. He has also represented Kenya with distinction at the international level, having been seconded to the United Nations mission in Darfur and the United Nations mission in South Africa, where he earned United Nations medals for meritorious service. Tumpigeni makofi tafadhali. Our moderator holds a Master's of Business Administration in Strategic Management and Bachelor's of Education Arts from the University of Nairobi, and is a proud recipient of the Presidential Award of the Moran of the Burning Spear, MBS. Makofi mazuri tafadhali. His outstanding contribution to correctional administration and leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, please assist me to kindly welcome Mr. Anderson Mucharo, MBS. Makofi mazuri anapokuja tafadhali. Assistant Commissioner General of Prisons. Makofi mazuri tafadhali. Asante sana. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to now invite our first panelist. Our first panelist is a seasoned correction professional with over 3 decades of dedicated service in offender rehabilitation and community reintegration. She currently serves as the Director of Probation and Aftercare Service, where she has played a pivotal role in developing programs focused on the treatment and rehabilitation of offenders, support for special needs offenders, partnerships, building, and mentorship within the service. She has been instrumental in integrating therapeutic jurisprudence into Kenya's child judicial system and has authored several publications exploring the intersection between law and mental health. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to warmly introduce Dr. Florence Mweni Mwema. Makofi mazuri tafadhali. Makofi kwa daktari anapokuja. Karibu sana daktari. Let's appreciate hadi afike kwenye podium. Makofi mazuri kwa daktari tafadhali. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, allow me to introduce the second panelist, who is an accomplished practitioner in prison reforms and human rights, with over a decade of experience across Africa and correctional systems. She has led and supported initiatives aimed at improving legal and policy frameworks, enhancing prison management, strengthening staff capacity, and building leadership within the correctional services through training, policy, dialogue, and regional cooperation. Her work is driven by a strong commitment to promote humane and safe, accountable prison systems, advancing human rights-based approaches, and upholding the dignity of persons deprived of liberty. She is widely respected for her ability to bridge policy and practice with clarity, conviction, and compassion. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Miss Damaris Seina. Makofi mazuri anapokuja. Makofi mazuri anapokuja. Thank you. Welcome our moderator.
Thank you very much, the Master of Ceremony, our distinguished guests, our very honorable participants present, facilitators in this session. Good morning. Good morning once again. Also recognizing the presence of the Lady Justice, Margaret Migai. Welcome to the session, Your Lordship. This morning we are privileged to make a presentation in form of a panel, and we hope that the insights that we are going to share to all of us are going to help in improving our knowledge in corrections and also achieving or actualizing our theme, effective service delivery for common good. As already our questions have been read by the the Master of Ceremony, our first question will be on staff well-being, motivation as a pillar of effective corrections. Before I get to that, I'll do very quick introductions in terms of where we are on matters, staff development, partnership, and human rights in corrections. Staff development plays very key role in ensuring efficiency in the delivery of service. At Kenya Prison Service, how we are doing it is first, during our recruitment exercise, we are very keen to pick the very best of the candidates who turn out for our recruitment exercise. And we conduct it in two sets. The first is where the candidates present themselves in the field and are identified and selected by our recruitment teams that go to the field. The second set of our recruitment is for those who join in as technical or specialists. And so for them, they are allowed to make personal applications, and upon verification of the applications, then they are shortlisted and conducted through interviews, and those who make it are finally admitted into our staff training college. So we do due diligence and ensure that we get the best because we know, of course, that the work of a correctional officer is not just any bit of work, but a calling of some sense. As we go along the training program, which is always very rigorous, upon completion, then they leave the college and they are deployed very appropriately into their various stations where they are posted. And from there, their potential begin to be identified by their various supervisors. So on the basis of growth and development, we identify the best out of the set. And for those who emerge well in terms of performance, then they also have a chance of being promoted to other levels, higher in the ranking. On the matter of partnerships, we do realize that we have constraints in terms of services, be it financial, technical, or material. And therefore, we cannot, as correctional services, achieve our objectives by operating in isolation. And for that reason, we recognize the inclusion of partners and stakeholders in ensuring that we achieve our various mandates, be it in Kenya Prison Service or in the probation service. So for that reason, the Kenya Prison Service embraced the open door policy. And from that period of time, we've had immense contribution brought in by the partners and stakeholders that we are collaborating with. And so the other bit in this presentation is about also the human rights and its effects in ensuring service delivery, particularly in handling and managing our inmates that have found themselves in conflict with the law. And in this, we embrace the belief that every human being should be provided with a second chance. And so in the programs that we offer are focused into changing the narrative, that you can change in character, you can change in behavior, and become a law-abiding citizen. And thereafter, once you are discharged from the areas of incarceration, you can be able to become an effective member of the community. And with those introductory remarks, I wish to invite my co-panelists to react to a few issues that we are going to deliberate on. And first, I would like to invite Dr. Florence Mwema. Dr. Florence Mwema, if you could briefly share with the participants on how staff development, partnerships, and human rights intersect in the context of modern correctional service. Welcome, Dr. Florence.
Thank you very much for inviting me to be a part of this panel. For the last 2 days, we have sat here and talked about the clients that we serve, both in prisons and in probation. And I think this is our time as people who provide those services as correctional officers to just reflect on the session today that's about staff development, motivation, and how those intersect with us being able to safeguard the rights of the people that we serve. I want to start by saying that, or using the metaphor, if you've taken an aeroplane, when they're giving you that brief about anything that might happen when you're up there in the air, they always say that you put on your life jacket first before you put on the life jacket of another person. Most of the times it's the child that they are talking about, but even when it's a child, they say, put on your own life jacket first. And therefore, for us as correctional officers, it's very important that we remember to put on our own life jackets first, because when we are able to do that, then we can work with our clients from the time that we get into contact with them to the time that they even not only re-enter back into society if they are incarcerated, or from the time that they finish that sentence when they're on probation. So staff development is such a key thing in a modern correctional services, because staff need the skills, they need the attitudes and the mindset, and they need the knowledge that is very necessary for them to implement all those programs that are developed. It does help staff to keep being motivated and show up to work every day. Not only, carrying that suitcase of a repertoire of skills. And human rights is very important because the people that we serve are already disadvantaged. When they come into the system, there is already that disadvantage because as a probation officer, I have discretion. As a prisons officer, I have discretion. In terms of what I'm going to give this person, this offender, how I'm going to interact with this offender. There are so many conventions that Kenya has ratified, and UN minimum rules. We have the torture rules, we have the Mandela rules, we have the Beijing rules, we have the Riyadh rules. All those rules that have to do with the rights of persons in the justice system, both adults and children. And I see this as us being able to put together all those into what we call human rights, because offenders' rights are human rights. Being able to train our officers to understand all those rules and what they mean for which population. Oh, I forgot the Bangkok rules that are very specific to our female offenders. So, in terms of staff development, we are not only training them on how to rehabilitate offenders, but we are also training them how to do that from an HR human rights lens. Looking at even the infrastructure itself of our statutory institutions, is that infrastructure one that takes into consideration that there are offenders that come into our systems with special needs. And we know special needs offenders are even more vulnerable to abuse of their rights. So that's one thing, I think. Then, of course, being able to train officers, like I have said, in those areas, it's actually about putting in place internal monitoring systems and safeguards that we can all be able to look at and say, yes, we have been, we are a human rights-based correctional service, but are we able to do an analysis to what extent are we putting in place those rights? Are the women that are coming to prison having contact with their families? Are the children that are accompanying their mothers to probation hostels able to take their children to school, for example?
Maybe Dr. Florence, you can hold it at that. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
We are being advised and enlightened that we should put on our life jacket so that we can not only work with our clients in the journey of transformation, but remain afloat in our service. Also enhancing good interpersonal relationships with our clients. Now, as you hold on to that, because we'll still be proceeding on the same, I'd like to invite Madam Damaris, maybe your thoughts on the same. Please, welcome.
Thank you very much, our moderator. As you've heard, my name is Damaris Seina. I work with the Raoul Wallenberg Institute of Human Rights and Humanitarian Law. It is very important that I start by saying we have been focusing with human rights training and good correctional management training, because at the heart of any institution, the most important asset any organization has is its staff. You may have the shiniest buildings, you may have the most modern weapons or instruments, but if you have not invested in developing your staff capacity, then everything else you're doing is disconnected and may not succeed in delivering the mandate that you want to. So for our context here is for correctional services and the intersection, which I believe is what the question was speaking to, staff are the heartbeat of any organization. And if they are the heartbeat, then all efforts must be put towards addressing and strengthening this heartbeat, so that we do not have a scenario where the heart is failing or it is having murmurs or it is not functioning as it should. So staff development has to also go hand in hand with human rights, because human rights then sets or frames the ethos of what is good, what is not good, what is acceptable, and what is not acceptable. And then partnerships also come in strongly because we know if you want to go, how does that metaphor go? If you want to go faster, go alone, but if you want to go further, it is important to work with other people so that you're able to achieve even greater heights than you thought. So for staff development, it is very, very key, very critical, and everything that goes on in any organization has to be centered around the staff. If the staff are not where they should be, then they will definitely interfere with the management or the effective delivery of any service. So I can just briefly start with those remarks that staff are the heartbeat of any organization. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much, Madam Damaris. Yes, indeed, staff are the center of all the changes and efficiency that we desire in the correctional services. I'm aware of the heavy investment that Raoul Wallenberg Institute has put in terms of ensuring the staff capacity is up to the levels that are desired. And so I'll not add more to that, but just say a good job that you're doing and continue supporting the correctional services. Our question number 2 goes to Dr. Mwema. What key challenges have you observed in correctional systems globally that make this session focus particularly timely for the 2025 Corrections Week?
Thank you. Of course, there are many challenges that, first of all, we as correctional service in Kenya do face. We know that the kind of offenders that we are dealing with nowadays are not the same kind of offenders that we used to deal with like maybe 20 years ago, 15 years ago. Crime is dynamic, it's more advanced, and that's why, again, we are tying that with also staff development so that we can be able to be at par with the rehabilitation needs. So, of course, re-entry for me is, or aftercare, is one of the challenges that we do face. Because what happens is when an offender goes to prison or goes to a probation hostel, the family and the community seems to kind of forget about this person and they move on. But then this person has to come back, and sometimes coming back, the society, the family is not prepared to receive this person. So that kind of stigma, which is connected also to desistance. Desistance, the idea that once coming back to the society, are they able to maintain to maintain being law-abiding citizens? Are they able to desist from reoffending? Sometimes the pressure, the poverty, the problems are too much, and you find sometimes we have that revolving door where one comes out through this door and comes in through another door. Mental health issues. We are dealing with offenders with complex mental health issues without the adequate skills and training necessary for the probation officer, for example, to be able to handle those mental health issues. So that's another challenge. And of course, resources and infrastructure. We still need so many things in our rehabilitation facilities. At least the offenders that are in the community are not so badly off because they can access hospital in the community, they can access vocational training in the community, but those ones in the institutions, that's another challenge. And of course, overcrowding. That has been a persistent challenge, although at probation we do try to assist our sister department, prisons, through decongestion exercises, and we really thank judiciary as being our big partner in helping deal with the issue of overcrowding. But those are basically some of the challenges.
Thank you very, very much indeed. Indeed, yeah, amidst all the challenges, we have to deliver services to our clients. Madam Damaris, have you had a very smooth road through and through in your dealings with corrections? Maybe your insights on the same, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Daktari, for highlighting most of them, but I'd like just to emphasize, I think the issue that is facing most services regionally also, because I did mention we also work regionally, and it is the issue of the rising populations of the people in custody. The numbers are soaring high, and it doesn't seem like that trend is about to change. But other than just having the numbers high, it definitely has repercussions as to how prison staff are able to manage the population. If the numbers are as they are, it means there's a strain in provision of basic necessities, like toiletries, there's a strain in provision of healthcare, there's a strain on staff capacity, you know, when they are expected to do so much and at times with so little. Yeah, so overcongestion, or what I like to call as a crisis, has so many other effects other than just the numbers. And anytime I have an opportunity to visit a prison, I believe the best way you can understand how congestion is when you actually walk into a ward, like during unlock or lockup. When you get in a ward and you have 300 people squeezed in such a small space, having slept there with of course, the conditions that we know, really paints a picture of how congestion is impacting their health and also affecting the staff. Because remember, staff are constantly together with prisoners. So if there is a problem with how the prisoners are living, it's going to affect the staff. They're going to pick up bed bugs, for example, if they're in a prison. They're going to pick up any disease like TB if people are being put in conditions that, you know, are not able to identify and isolate those people. So congestion continues to be a big problem. And while we appreciate all the efforts being done by judiciary, probation, they're doing a wonderful job in decongesting, we must also go back to where the problem is beginning. Yeah? If you are in a river and you're always, for example, if I can use this metaphor, collecting dead bodies at the end of the river, you can't just keep saying, oh, we are removing bodies hapa kwa mto every time we are removing bodies. No, we must be able to go back and look at why are people jumping in this river. Because without addressing all these push factors that lead people to crime, we will not be able to come up with effective ways of keeping our numbers manageable. When you have a prison that is overly congested, even conducting rehabilitation programs that are meaningful, that are targeted to the individuals, become a problem. It becomes a one-size-fits-all because you don't have the resources, the time, or even the ability to be able to do the proper rehabilitation that you'd want. So the issue of congestion, I think, is a big problem, as well as resources. And resources, this also boils down to how the correctional services are prioritized on a higher level. Yeah, how much bandwidth do they have to be able to get more funds than they need, because they really need the funds to be able to do the job that they need to do. When you look at rehabilitation, for us to have those rehabilitation programs, it's not as easy as sitting with an offender and doing counseling here and there. No, it has to be a proper, comprehensive program. And for these programs to happen, you need enough funding. For us to improve the infrastructure, we need funding. For staff motivation, we need funding. So funding also is a big challenge, in my opinion, and not only in our beautiful Kenya country, but also regionally, especially in our African continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much on that. Indeed, investing in our correctional facilities cannot be underestimated. We are happy that it is coming from our stakeholders, that indeed we need to prioritize our correctional services, noting the critical role that they play in terms of ensuring that we have peace in our various communities. Thank you very much, my co-panelists. And so we move to the second leg of our questioning or our discussion. And this one, we're talking about the staff well-being and motivation as a pillar of effective corrections. And as we reflect on the question, one key part of motivation is self-motivation. Self-motivation that is self-driven. Correctional officers play a very critical role in ensuring safety and peace of the Kenyan citizens. And today, we are having a total of 60,195 inmates in our correctional facilities. I'm talking about 60,195 inmates in our correctional facilities. That is not a very small number to manage. Against a staff capacity of 30,545. If we begin to distribute these members of staff against the inmates that they're going to supervise, and considering that in prisons specifically, we're having a 4-shift system, you realize that we are always operating under capacity. These officers are taking care of a total of 60,195 inmates, and these inmates have been brought out from the community that they wronged. Today, we are having a total, by average, 55 million Kenyan citizens who are enjoying peace and going about their business because somewhere, somehow, there is a correctional officer who's taking charge of the people who are in conflict with crime. We need to feel motivated, not only by external forces, by ourselves, that the work that we are doing is a calling. It's a calling just like the calling of those who administer spiritual nourishment in the places of worship. It's a calling just like that one of the medics who save lives in the hospitals. I'd like to invite Dr. Mwema to share your insights in terms of the background, because I've invested very heavily in psychology. Then for that reason, how can correctional institutions prioritize staff well-being to enhance overall operational effectiveness? And what maybe are the successful strategies that you can propose in implementing this practice? Welcome, Dr. Mwema.
Before I say anything, I want each and every correctional officer, or all of us here, to just appreciate yourself. Take a moment to say thank you to yourself and thank yourself for all that you do. Yes, I can see some people doing this. Whatever you need to do.
Maybe a clap would do for ourselves and all of us.
Clap.
Please cheer up.
Or sometimes we don't do that. Sometimes it's so much of, where is my booklet? Oh, here it is. Sometimes it's so much of the client, the prisoner, the probationer, the offender. So do not forget to appreciate yourself. Of the staff welfare needs is very important, because the way that we say offenders' needs keep changing, even the staff welfare needs keep changing. This Mr. Wesonga talking about AI, and as I was listening, I was asking myself, how do I navigate this? I know about AI than myself, and the need probably. So we need to keep pinpointing, what do staff need? We have to have targeted staff wellness programs in our correctional services. And of course, those are based on what has been assessed to be the needs. Like, for example, we have alcohol and substance abuse, which is a staff welfare need. Do we have alcohol and substance abuse workplace policies that have employee wellness or assistance programs? That is something that really needs to be dealt with. Like you have said, dealing with these offenders with diverse needs can bring burnout. It can bring what we call compassion fatigue. Just listening to somebody narrate about their experience and their problems. It can bring secondary trauma. And we know trauma can be brought by actually hearing about something having happened to somebody else, and starting to have symptoms that look like this thing happened to you also. And every day, those are the things that we hear from our clients. So we need those debriefing sessions. We need clinical supervision. You know, probation officers do murder cases. They do sexual abuse cases. They go into the community, and you visit this home, and you're meeting with the father and the mother of this child and the brothers, and they're narrating. Sometimes they even break down. And they're looking at you as the probation officer, thinking that, oh, you are a government officer, like you don't feel these things, or you know what to do. So again, those kind of debriefing sessions and for staff well-being. I know we have recognitions. People are going to get awards, but there are officers also who are doing very good job, very good work out there, and then we need to have a system of just saying thank you, we hear you, we see you, we recognize you. Access to mental health services for both probation officers and prison officers is very important. The workplace, the environment of the workplace. We spend 8 hours in the office. That is the place where so many things can happen. Is there overcrowding? We need equipment, you know, like probation officers and prison officers. I think, you know, you need a computer that's working, that has internet, you know, all that stuff. I think everybody sometimes when you are posted to your place and you think, is there hardship allowance? Things like that also can motivate officers so that they can be able to work without having to navigate through other stresses that are actually related to the workplace. So there is so much that we can do, and of course there is so much that is already being done to enhance staff wellness. And I think, like I have said also, even as the State Department does so many things for us as correctional officers, it's that helps you to be motivated and to put on that life jacket that I was talking about. I think it is also
a fully fledged directorate of rehabilitation. We recognize the presence of the director to address matters staff on various challenges, be it family or any other conflicts that may arise as a result of that. We equally have what we call rehabilitation programs for our staff members who are stressed up and have found themselves engaged in drugs and substance abuse. So for them, we do a recommendation that they're taken to rehabilitation centers for improvement. And quite a lot of good work has happened as a result of that. Madam Damaris, in your own view, what are the challenges that, what can you, the role of staff motivation, particularly in reducing recidivism rates and improving inmate rehabilitation outcomes?
The Mandela Rules number 74.2, I may not quote it verbatimly, but it says that all means should be used to remind staff that their work is of great social importance, that their work, prison and probation, great social importance. And to be able to do that, all means should be used, be it such forums, that the services are seen and everybody knows that prison and probation, what they do is very critical for their safety. It's very critical for the well-being of the society. So I was happy when the PS for youth on Tuesday said this was going to do is of great importance, and that should be well known to everybody across board. To quickly come to your question, the issue of motivation, at least from how I see it, it should not be seen as a soft issue. You know, like, oh, there is a motivation here, Leo, you know, this is going to, as a small motivation, as a small token here and there. The issue of motivation, and if we had time, would even do a very interactive session and just brainstorm. Highly motivated staff, there's a likelihood of falling back into survival mode. Just to pass time, you're there just to wait for your retirement, you're just there, sikuishe. And when you're there just because you must be there, then there are many things that now have an opportunity. And also are security installations. And so the people in prisons, the staff must be highly motivated to be able to perform their function. You're very fast to act in a certain way. We have issues of absenteeism, so why do I need to go? See, I have this compromising security. We start seeing issues like trafficking because you do not think your work is important as it should be, so you're doing your own things that are not what you should be doing as a correctional officer. Issues of corruption, etc. So motivation has to be central to the functioning of the motivated staff. Then we are going to have a hard time to rehabilitating, able to deliver effectively, yeah, just because they feel that the work they are doing is important. So motivation is very key to the functioning of any service, and more so to the prison with human beings. It's not like in manufacturing of parts somewhere in an industry. No, your day-to-day interactions is actually with humans and
be able to achieve a common good. There's the other set of is the strengthening multi-stakeholder cooperation for holistic service delivery. Strengthening multi-stakeholder cooperation. What are the benefits of fostering partnerships between correctional services?
Institution that can effectively deliver justice or rehabilitation in isolation. Matters of rehabilitation, reintegration, and a lot more takes the village, so to speak, to raise a child. Then there is need for multi-stakeholder engagement. Every partner that comes on board plays an important role. And I think even now more so, when I know from the development community, even finances are currently really overstretched, we need different partners to come and plug in a certain area. The prison service may not be able to adequately do everything it would want to do with the resources it has, as we already established. So when we work and collaborate with partners, the correctional services have a broader resource base that they can use to deliver on their mandate. You'd have partners coming in to support you in rehabilitation, another one to support in reintegration, another one to support in another different area. So multi-stakeholder engagement is very, very important, but it should also be driven by the service. The needs any service I'd support, then now the partners come there to support you. The other beauty, of course, with the multi-stakeholder engagement is the expertise. We are sitting here with a psychologist. There are many different professions that exist there. You have psychologists, you have psychiatrists, we have teachers, etc. So when we work together, or when correctional services form and foster meaningful partnerships, they are able to now come and take advantage of the expertise of the different people that they collaborate with, so that they are able to achieve the goals that they have. Another important feel is key, even though a bit removed, is when you're working and transparency. Yeah, so when you have some of engagement, it builds not only the trust that is very important in the work that the correct the delivery of services to even greater levels. So I feel, especially not rehabilitation. I think yesterday someone said it is almost expected that prisons, for that to happen, it takes a lot. Small bits working together.
When we embraced the open door policy, originally our stakeholders and partners were coming in, members of staff. We appreciate our partner deal for the good job that they're doing. Dr. Mema, back to you. Maybe could you provide towards improvement of service delivery in corrections? Welcome.
Based service, and we cannot rehabilitate an offender without the involvement of the community. So we start from the very basic unit of society, which is the family. from the time that we agree together with the family that this person can be put on probation, that's where we start identifying roles. What will you as a family do, even as we as probation officers do this? And so we have had various programs that are that involve us working with stakeholders, various, but about two come to mind. Before 20, we did not have special needs offenders. And probation officers sometimes become the conveners of the other players, brought together the keep that, and we sat together at a table and said, we have vulnerable populations. We have people with mental health problems. We have we have women, we have children, we have the elderly, we have even people who are foreigners, find themselves here, and they have those excessive subjective and objective needs that require the system to go an extra mile and do more than just the normal rehabilitation that we do. And it was agreed that we need to have the special needs offenders program. And the stakeholders were there to come and support us. And it is because of that, actually, we started with the Mathare Hospital, the maximum security wing, which is where most of the, the serious cases are put. Around that time, Mathare, that's maximum security wing, did not even have prison officers there. The security was being given by the nurses. Serious offenders, what would happen is at night, they would just be guided by the University of Nairobi and some stakeholders from the UK and Canada. We started the Special Needs Offenders Program, which is a multi-agency, multidisciplinary, that partnership. We even had reports, and the ODPP can go and withdraw charges justice system. So we have the statutory institutions. We have children in probation hostels. We have children in statutory institutions where we are training correctional progress reports to each other, and service delivery for our offenders.
Excellent. Thank you very, very much. Material and technical support from the partnerships. We've had also a majority of our correctional facilities receiving infrastructural upgrade thanks to the collaboration. And this is not about the non-governmental organizations alone, but we also enjoy a lot of cordial relations also with other arms of government, in particular the judiciary. And participants, particularly the correctional officers who are here, you do reflect on the significance of the court users committee in our various stations. I was in the field and I found that to be a very good instrument of collaboration that helped in addressing the needs of inmates. And in particular, when I was in Kapsabet, 30% of the inmates that we are holding in that facility were pre-trial offenders, or we call them the remandees. And I noticed that the major issues that were coming out of our interactions were about the delayed court proceedings, being granted mention now and again, and we find an offender, a petty offender rather, spending 2 to 3 years in custody without his case being determined. And so I worked with the chief magistrate in charge of Kapsabet law courts, and we had a dialogue, we had a discussion. And so the magistrate, in her wisdom, she's called Jacqueline. I think right now she's the head of the station in Kikuyu law courts. So she advised me to go and provide a report on the statistics of the inmates that we are holding in our custody, particularly giving the duration range on how long or the period that they have spent in custody and indicating their cases. When I did that and submitted the report to her, she was equally overwhelmed and did a prison visit, what they call the mobile courts. And to our surprise, that very day, we had around 20 inmates who were on remand discharged because then their cases were petty. And we applauded that kind of arrangement and continued to engage. And we realized that it is not about sitting in the comfort of our offices with hiding our problems or our issues under the desks, but engaging with the partnerships. We also take pride on the current partnership that is being provided through the community service orders, who are reviewing the cases and therefore at some point administering release of our inmates and therefore helping us to deal with the monster of congestion in our facilities. So it is about engaging widely, broadly, and not only with the agencies that we feel can provide material and technical support, but yet also engaging with other arms of government to see how best we can holistically address us in our various correctional facilities. I will go to the Daktari. Why is embedding human rights principles on Mandela rules that we've so much spoke about? Karibu.
Correctional services is about increasing public safety. And when we are able to do our rehabilitation and treatment from a human rights perspective, we have people getting rehabilitated with dignity, and so they live with dignity, they have self-esteem,
is good. Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the end of our discussions, but just maybe in 1 minute for each of us, if we could be given an opportunity to propose one very immediate action or item for correctional services worldwide based on today's discussions, what would it be, starting maybe with Dr. Mwema?
We have seen how staff development is very important. So, of course, correctional services need to invest in developing their staff. And, of course, knowing that partners are very important in that investment. So just being able to be very, very open to partnerships and welcoming different partners, because we have small partners, then we have very big partners. So kidogo kidogo ujaza kibaba, so welcoming different partners to support us so that we can be able to develop our staff. And when we are able to do that, of course, the issue of human rights also comes in terms of us being able to safeguard the rights of the clients that we serve.
Much well stated. Madam Damaris, how do you envision the integration of staff development partnerships and human rights involving by the end of the Correctional Service Week 2025 and into the future? Karibu.
Thank you, moderator. As I said in the beginning, we must look at these things as intertwined and not in silos. Partnership bring what may be missing in the services. So it's important to recognize the partnerships the services need and forge a good way of working together so that they can support the services in delivering their mandates. Staff are very critical. I think that has been and should be overemphasized. Staff are the assets, the most precious assets any organization has. So the correctional services, there's need to continuously develop their capacity, continuously, not one-off, not once in 3 years, no. Because we know crime is dynamic, leadership is required all the time so that you are able to match to the emerging issues. And staff also are very critical because they are the ones who translate any policies into action. You may have the best policies, as we know, the best laws, but the people who bring it qua ground, the people who actually make it meaningful are the members of staff. So it must be continuously reminded so that they are able to do that. And finally, there must be investment also in cultural change. There is a saying that says, culture eats strategy for breakfast. So it is very important that all efforts are made towards changing the culture so that real change can be felt and can be possible only when the culture.
With the panel. So for that reason, I would invite maybe if a microphone could be shared to anyone who would want maybe to ask a question or so, or a comment. Please welcome.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much, the panelists, for the great presentation, especially on the issues touching on our welfare. I'm Ngetich. I'm the Secretary General, Kenya National Association of Probation Officers. And the issue of welfare is coming out quite clearly because it touches on the health and the mental health of the members within the correctional service. One of the questions that I want to raise, especially which touches on us directly, is the issue of access to medical health, especially the current SHA, where we have found out that it is usually suspended by 9th of every month when the employer fails to remit the deductions. So therefore, the question is, it is becoming a mental health issue when members or the correctional service family cannot access medical insurance or medical health in the different facilities because of this issue. So I would like to raise that issue and to see how it can be handled so that as we do the work of correction, we should not be thinking of if a family member or if a probation officer or a prison officer is sick from 9th to 15th, you have to go into your pocket to pay, and yet we are insured by SHA. So that is the question that I had. Thank you.
Maybe we can answer that before we take up another one. I'll be a bit specific to the Kenya Prison Services. Currently, we have the APA insurance company that has been contracted to offer medical cover and compensation for our members of staff who find themselves in unfortunate situations that would require compensation for injuries or payment of the last respect in the event of death of the principal, that is the member of staff, or the dependents. So we have those programs in place. All our members of staff are registered, getting services, their services through the cover by the APA consortium. And so, of course, yes, we have challenges because of course, the overwhelming numbers that turn up in various hospital facilities for healthcare. But again, recently, and I'm happy to see we have our Director of Administration today who recently came out with an exercise of sensitization of the members of staff on how the insurance cover that we're enjoying from the APA is interfacing with the SHA, the government-provided facility. And we are aware that, of course, there is some audit that has been going on the various hospitals that are providing the services, and those that would fall short of the expectations by the members of staff will definitely be knocked out of the panel. And for those that have been identified in the various locations to be fit or suitable to provide healthcare services, then they will be onboarded into the scheme. So though there are challenges, particularly in dealing with SHA, because it's at its preliminary stages, and so we expect those teething problems to occur. But again, eventually, I'm sure those matters will be addressed, and all our members of staff in the correctional services will be able to enjoy the services that they so desire, because of course, of the contribution that they're making into this nation. But again, let me invite Madam from the probation to just give some highlight on the same. Karibu.
I think you have partly answered that question. I just want to mention that also for mental health services, we do have government appointed counselors that are there for civil servants, and they are there at the county and I think at the regional level. And as probation officers, it's good also to be our brother's keeper so that you can point your colleague to such services and they are free for civil servants. So where you are, in the stations that you are, you can do your social inquiry and you will find that there are people who can support you for the mental health part.
Okay, thank you. Maybe the last question from the participants? Yes. Sir, please, if you could serve the mic. There is a gentleman seated next to the leadership, your leadership. Thank you very much for the questions. On question number one, when we are conducting our recruitment exercise, we have already established parameters on conducting recruitment. And those parameters are always included or indicated in our advertisement that goes to all the Kenyans across the country. And therefore, all our officers who are listed to conduct recruitment are well briefed on the parameters that they should consider during the recruitment exercise. Yes, it is true, the politicians, just like all other Kenyans, will always express some desire to have the members of their constituents given priority during the recruitment exercise. But again, our leadership has remained very firm in informing the politicians who express a desire that the recruitment is always conducted in the field and in the various centers that are established, and the recruitment is always conducted through established parameters, as I've already said. And so that is the only way, the best way we normally respond to such kind of interests. We always advise our officers to conduct themselves professionally as they do they conduct the exercise. And again, it is true, as a result, after the exercise, we'll always hear or experience a few politicians coming in and saying they are not given a good deal out of it. But again, it is very natural that if you had your constituent who, for some reasons, failed to meet the established standards and was denied a chance in the recruitment exercise, you definitely wouldn't expect that politician to speak well about that recruitment exercise. So there's always that negativity, but again, what guides us most is conducting that exercise professionally and ensuring that we have answers to concerns that come out as a result of a completed exercise. Because again, for us, we look at the physical fitness, the mental fitness, and ensure that we get the best out of the persons who present themselves in the recruitment exercise. On the question of human rights, we have at the headquarters a Directorate of Legal, Human Rights Research and Statistics. And across the field, we have human rights appointed liaison officers. So for those then, they work hand in hand with the inmates to ensure that their issues are addressed the fastest time possible. So we have those mechanisms that are stretching right from the directorate at the headquarters, which is doing the overseeing, up to the field level. So those matters are addressed through those arrangements. Thank you very much. And for maybe the last one from that corner, because it appears burning, and then we'll wrap it up, ladies and gentlemen. There's a gentleman seated at the center in a navy blue suit, I guess.
Thank you so much. My name is Robert Mateba, Probation Officer, Makadara. My question may be, Dr. Mwene, with your indulgence. There is an association for members called NAPO. We have only felt the existence of NAPO on our pay slips, but it is not coming out aggressively to help the members. For a long time, we have not seen them come out to address our issues. Thank you.
I don't think I am the right person to answer that question. I am a former secretary of NAPO many years ago, but I want to refer you, I think we have here, there's officials of NAPO. Maybe during tea break or the break, you can have that discourse with them. Yeah, I think that's what I can say for now. If you want also to talk to me on the side, we can be able to talk to that. But the Secretary General is here and the chairperson of NAPO, who are partners. They have yes, please, you can stand up. And I think NAPO has also participated in being one of the sponsors for this conference. So you can talk to them.
Very much, Madam Daktari. And I would like, maybe in addition to what she's saying, that if there are any other questions remaining, maybe we can deliver them to the very able secretariat at the back so that they can reach us. We can, in our own very different ways, ensure that there is feedback to that effect. Otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the end of our discussions. We have seen how staff development is key in the delivery of service. We have also discussed on the partnerships and their effect in ensuring the correctional services work effectively. We have also discussed very briefly on matters human rights and how the rights of the inmates are also key in ensuring a very effective service delivery for the common good. Thank you very much for your patience. Thank you very much for your attention. We have also learned quite a lot, even from your patience. Thank you very much for the moment.
Let's appreciate them as they leave stage. Tuwapigieni makofi tafadhali. Makofi mazuri kwa daktari, makofi mazuri kwa Bwana Mcharo, makofi mazuri kwa the co-panelist. Tuwape makofi mazuri tafadhali tena. Thank you, Your Ladyship, esteemed attendees. We are grateful that we are on going well with the program, cognizant of the established protocol. Your Ladyship, allow me to humbly invite the next cohort of presenters. These are none other than the Tree of Life. They are going to make a presentation on retooling of correctional, vocational trainers and collaboration. This team is comprised of Madam Leah Wanjagi Thiomi. Tumpigieni makofi anapokuja. Marco Kazola. Makofi mazuri wanapokuja tafadhali. Na vile Fidelina Ndunge kutoka Amref. Let's appreciate them as they come on stage. Makofi mazuri wanapokuja tafadhali.
We are the children of our land. Hear our voices as we sing, asking you to give us a chance to be heard. I don't own the rights to that song, but that is the outcry of the children of this land. And I've been listening to everyone from day one and really capturing where the space of children and youth is coming in. So, like I've been introduced, my name is Leah Wanja. I work for the Tree of Life, and I will be proposing on how we are going to retool instructors in the correctional facilities. At the same time, with my team here, we are going to present to you a project that we have implemented for the last 3 years, since 2022, and the doors are closing in November, and we would love the learnings we've gotten from this project to be a basis for other stakeholders as a benchmark or for scale-up, and retooling will be one of those things. So I'm going to also request some more people to join me. Caroline from KNCCI, if you're here, kindly join us. And Derek from KDF, kindly join us on stage. Yes. Thank you. I'm going to allow my team to introduce themselves because the RISE project has been a beautiful project. We acknowledge you, Mr. Okada, but can support us from that end. We'll begin with this lady right here.
So good morning. My name is Fidelina Ndunge. I work with Amref Health Africa in Kenya, and it's a health NGO that was started in 1957. Our vision is to create lasting health change in Africa, and our mission is to transform the health of communities using primary health care and targeting women and young people. And so what we have been doing over the many years is that we have been working and collaborating with communities through people-centered approaches, and also collaborating within the social determinants of health to ensure that the health of communities is improved and that their health outcomes are improved. So within our current strategy is that we are looking to improve and ensure equitable access to primary health care. And equitable access, this project, the RISE project, has been ensuring that vulnerable children and young people who are in conflict with the law, who most of the times have been left out in terms of provision on equitable quality primary health care, have always been left out or left behind. And so we have been looking at how we can promote equitable access, targeting these children who are in the child justice system, but more so also in ensuring that we are promoting quality of care by capacity building the healthcare workers, healthcare providers who are within the Ministry of Health system, but also collaborating with those who are within the correctional service to ensure provision of quality healthcare services which are adolescents and youth friendly, so that they are able to be more responsive to the needs of children and young people who are in conflict with the law. But more so within our other collaborations is that we have been supporting the health system to be more accountable and to provide better governance, so that even when these children who are in conflict with the law are seeking primary health care services, the health institutions are able to provide and also to be accountable for the investments and the commitments that should be targeted to these children who are in the correctional service institutions. The other thing is within the social determinants of health, and that is where we have been partnering a lot with other like-minded institutions and organizations, is that we are promoting education, because it is, or it has an interlinkage with also how the health outcomes of the general population is. And so we dwell more on supporting basic education, whether it is through scholarship provision to the vulnerable children, or it is ensuring that they are transitioning well through their educational system and also achieving their educational aspirations, and also supporting them with livelihood opportunities, and more so the ones who are a bit older, so that they can be equipped and be ready for the job market. But I know without all that, there are other aspects that also influence health outcomes of communities, including climate change. And so AMREF is also intervening within the climate change area to ensure that health institutions and also other institutions that we are working with within the government are able to absorb the climate crisis shocks and be able to put mechanisms to adapt, but also to mitigate some of the results that come with climate crisis. Within this project that we will be presenting, we as an organization were providing the health, age-appropriate health interventions, and more so collaborating with county departments of health, because we all know that health is devolved in Kenya. And so what we ensured, or what we have been ensuring, is that there is a very synergistic working and collaborative approach between the county departments of health to sustainably provide health, age-appropriate health services to the children who are in conflict with the law and those who are vulnerable within the community and have a very high risk of being in conflict with the law. And so beyond that is that we have also collaborated with the Ministry of Health at the national level to ensure that the policies, the health policies that are currently being developed and even the guidelines that are currently being developed are also considering provision of health to the children who have been in or who are in conflict with the law, and they have always been left out within the service delivery guidelines within the Ministry of Health and also at the county level departments of health. So that is how we have been collaborating within this mechanism, and I will let Leah or Carol go ahead.
Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Caroline Cherop Kosyom. I work as a project and economic inclusion expert with the Kenya National Chambers of Commerce. So what we do, we are a private sector body that responsibly in this program, we were responsible for reintegration of the vulnerable youth, a youth in conflict with the law, to the economy, particularly by providing economic opportunities through internships, apprenticeship, employment, and entrepreneurship support. So I think this is part of just an introduction, but that's basically what we've been doing in support of the youth. We've been working collaboratively with the institutions and then with the Tree of Life. So we've done extensive studies on the academic qualifications of the children within the institutions and communities, but also the job market requirements. And we've had preliminary successes in just facilitating the transition, including support for startup enterprises led by the youth in conflict with the law and children. And we support them in either ensuring that they access financing and business acceleration support from the MSME perspective. But we also now, those who are not necessarily entrepreneurs, we ensure, working with over 1,500 private sector companies to provide employment opportunities, apprenticeship or internship. So through the support of Tree of Life, we've done a lot of extensive advocacy within the private sector to create their acceptance. We've had a lot of success, and we did that countrywide. So we have a lot of private sector companies that are willing and ready to support the vulnerable youth through economic inclusion and reintegration. Basically, this is for the support for independent living, which I think is one of the challenges that we have. What happens to the youth or the children once they leave the institutions? So I don't want to take much time on this, but for many questions, I'll be available. Thank you.
All protocols observed and everyone present. Good morning. I'm Sergeant Derek Odor, currently stationed at Directorate of Military Intelligence Headquarters, and we have been in partnership with Tree of Life and Kenya Prison Service in about the welfare of the boys and girls in Boston institution. So I've been visiting the institutions most of the time, and today I was invited. That's why I just came to attend while benchmarking at the same time. This is just part of introduction. We'll get to know each other as time goes. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now welcome Marco to speak about the organization.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Marco Cazzolla, and I think you recognize that I'm Italian. So I'm going to talk about FADV, Federazione Albero della Vita. That is, we can say, the translation of the Tree of Life in Italian. Federazione Albero della Vita was built in the 1997 in Italy, in Milan, and the aims of FADV is to help children all over the world. And we started our work in Italy, and since 2010 we are working in Kenya. So we have done a different project here. I can say that one of our big things is the foster care. We have also done the rescue data with the CEI, with the Episcopal Church, the Italian Episcopal Church. Sorry for my English, it's not the best. And we are going to work also for the next 3 years with another project that is called Wings. We don't work only in Italy and Kenya. You can see here, we work in different countries all over the world. We worked in Somalia, in Ethiopia, in Haiti. We work in Peru, in India, in Nepal, in Bangladesh, in Ukraine. And right now we are also working in Côte d'Ivoire, in Niger, and in Colombia. And we are aiming to open also other countries. So our approach with the children is a holistic approach, we can say. For us, it's important that children have a good health, a good education, that have a protection, and we don't work only with the children, but we work also with the family, which is very important, with all the community. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Marco and Tim. So in the spirit of the RISE project, I'm not the best orator from the team, but I'll be representing the team in telling our beautiful story of the RISE project. RISE is an Italian abbreviation, translated to the Strengthening Inclusion, Health and Education for Children and Youth in Conflict with the Law. So we say all the children are vulnerable, like Marco said that we are in the spaces of child protection. So we look into ensuring that this child or the youth is getting holistic support. So in this RISE project, the Italian Agency for Development Cooperation has been our main donor, as much as we resource mobilize locally. And the Tree of Life has been the lead organization, partnering with this beautiful Christmas tree you see here. Yes, so we have had organizations that are experts in what they do. You've heard from AMREF Health Africa and the interventions that they do. You've heard from Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Everyone knows what KNCCI does in the private sector. We have also had another strong partner called Tangaza University. When we began, they were an affiliate of Catholic University, but now they are fully fledged, and they have been supporting us with the trainings, especially teacher training and child protection, which is one of their strengths. We have another partner called USODI Limited, who are also experts in offering entrepreneurship courses and work readiness courses virtually. Now that everyone is speaking about going virtual, then in this project we're able to test that and see if it is working. So those have been the main implementing partners, and because we don't have our organizations or our institutions on the side, we have been working in government institutions. So the Tree of Life really prides in strengthening government structures. And part of the government departments that were very key in this project is the NCAJ, which is a coordinating body for children matters. And they have been part of this journey for the 3 years, and a lot has come out of it and reports. So because the time is short, I'm compressing 3 years in 30 minutes. So I'm just going to peruse. We have the State Department for Children's Services, which has now transferred from Ministry of Labor and Social Protection to the Ministry of Gender and Culture, and I believe now they're in a very good place. Then we have the Kenya Prison Services, the Probation and Aftercare Services, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, NITA, Kenya National Council for Children's Services, and there are others that are not there, like TSC and KICD and SEMASTEA, by extension, because they were coming in the trainings. So this RISE project has been implementing in 3 main departments: the Directorate of Children's Services. So we had institutions that are from the Directorate of Children's Services, and then some public primary schools, which benefited by the fact that they are supporting probation hostels and DCS institutions. And the counties we've been working in majorly is Nairobi, Kiambu, Nakuru, Kericho, Uasin Gishu, Kisumu, Siaya, Kakamega, Nyeri, Kirinyaga, and Mombasa. But that was not limited, because we find that if children are coming from these institutions, then they are coming from all over the country. Thanks to this project, I was able to meet Mr. To from Baringo. I went to Kakuma. We've been to Hola. So it's not limited to that, because our services are extending all the way. So we have the 10 rehabilitation schools from the Directorate of Children's Services, Itaduru, which is a reception center for children, Kirigiti Girls, Kabete Rehabilitation School, Likoni Remand Home, no, Likoni Rehabilitation School, Kericho, Remand and Rehab, Odaya Rehabilitation School, Kakamega Rehabilitation School, Kisumu Rehabilitation School, Wamumu, and Dagoretti Girls Rehabilitation School. We also had 4 remand homes, 4 children remand homes, which are still under DCS. That is the Nairobi one, Nakuru, Likoni, and Eldoret. Under the Kenya Prison Services, we were in YCTC, Kamae, Shikusa, Shimolatewa, Kakamega Women Prison. And then we were in all the 6 probation hostels: Shanzu, Nakuru, Kemumu Junior and Senior, and then the Nairobi hostel and the Siaya hostels. The public primary schools, you can clearly see them there: Shimolatewa Primary, where children from Shanzu attend school. We have Kamonye Primary, where children from Kisumu Rehabilitation School attend school. Milimani Primary, where girls from Nakuru Probation Hostel attend school. And Moi Marula, where the Kemumu Junior and Senior students attend school. That's how they got the extended support. In this project, we have had major good results. Let me just call them that. For example, I know most of you don't know that children remand homes in this country, before the RISE project, were not accessing education at all. I know we have education in Kamiti. I know we have education in even Manyani, everywhere, right? And even as government speaks about 100% basic education access for all children in Kenya, we have some children somewhere in this country who could be in a government institution, maybe for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, and they are not accessing education. Those children will come in, maybe they're in Form 2. For example, you saw recently in Kenya in the news, we had the boys who are making milk and pancakes. You saw that? Yeah, so imagine that boy gets into a children remand home in this country because they are 13, they are 15, and for the 2 years they are following up on their case, they will never access education. If they were preparing for their KCSE, for example, then it means they are not revising, and next week is exam. Food for thought. So in this project, we have been able to place staff in 4 remand homes where we have been piloting the education component, and we really hope that it can be cascaded to all the other children remand homes in the country, which are 14 in total. We have placed staff who are counselors, who are TSC registered teachers, and for those 3 years, we have been ensuring that they are there in those institutions so that you can see it is workable. We acknowledge that these institutions were not initially schools or institutions for education. But if we want these children to transition back into the community, then something needs to be done. And we have shown the way, then we need to pick it up from there. We were able to provide 61 computers and internet connection for the 3 years in all the institutions that we, not all, majority of the institutions that we captured here, because there are many reforms that are happening in all the spaces that we are in. We know that basic ICT literacy is important. So all these institutions were able to get a number of computers, maybe 2, maybe 5, depending with the numbers and the need. So they were able to get that, and using those computers, they could access learning materials, they could access the digital literacy course, and so on. Out of this project, we were able to activate a linkage between the Kenya National Library Services in all the counties, where the institutions would go and pick books from the nearest library. That can be scaled up because every county has a library. And it's very easy to just pay that little registration fee, and we stopped complaining about this lack of learning materials, and it really worked. Then we had several trainings. I know a lot of people here are beneficiaries of the many trainings we held. Some of them were residential, 3 days, others were 1 day, others were many days. So we had CBC training for teachers, the retooling for teachers, because you find that all over the country, teachers were being retooled by KICD and other private practitioners. But you find the teachers in the correctional services and those DCS institutions, we just call them correctional because even them, they are rehabilitated. All the teachers were missing out because they were not being captured. So in this project, we have with the correctional services and the Tangaza University, and we have been able to retool teachers. You'll see the numbers at the end. We have also been able to train on global citizenship. These are pertinent issues across the world. Well equipped, and then we had the through care procedures. We had the care reforms. Children do not belong to institutions. Not only children, but everyone. Unless it is a last resort, we should avoid as much as possible. So the care reform is in line with the government directive to try and abolish institutions, deinstitutionalization. So we trained several officers on care reforms, disability inclusion, STEM, gatekeeping mechanisms for communities. I know many people have benefited from that here. Child protection, human rights approaches, SRHR, entrepreneurship, work readiness, gender mainstreaming, mental health, and also support supervision for the officers. On the rehabilitation and reintegration, our staff now in the different counties were able to work with the government staff in those institutions to conversation on how to, they were very obedient, they were always returning back to their tents, and that to me was an eye-opener because everyone would think you have to keep watch all the time. So it is good that we also allow these children to keep taking part in these events. November is the Child Service Month. Let them take part in that. So those are just some photos of those who are receiving the dignity packs. The girls were getting toothbrush, sanitary towels, and all that. What I love about the dignity packs is that AMREF was able to develop these dignity packs together with the children. Not the copy and paste, say, wasichana wanahitaji pads, na sijui what else. They were able to sit down and say, this is what we want. And I remember what some of the boys appreciated most. Waliona nail cutter, and they were so excited to find a nail cutter, and they were saying, for a long time, I've never cut my nails. So you find that to my child in the house, they might just take advantage and say, it's a nail cutter, and just throw it around. But to somebody who is maybe in YCTC, not the blue boys, the other ones, you know what that means. So, yes. So we have several success stories. Like this, I love that last year, these boys were able to attend the Correctional Service Week. I know most of you saw them. One had come from Hola, the other one was from YCTC, just from Kiambu, and the other one is from Kandara. And that is one of the boys who was able to benefit from reconstructive surgery through this project. This boy was so sad that he had a problem he had lived with for many years, and because the dad had passed on, he could not share it with the mom. And it is while at the Nairobi hostel, he was able to share with his officer, and they reached out, and together we walked the journey. It was a tough journey, trying to get them to get that medical service, but we are happy that that young man now, that is not his real name, that young man now is being supported under scholarship. He's in a TVET institution as we speak and is doing very well. And all the others are also doing very well. These are more beautiful stories. The first photo is of a girl who left Kamae, and that girl was put in, and her child had been trafficked to Tanzania. And we had to work with the officer from Gong, and we got the baby. They were put up in a CCI. They served their time. We would facilitate bonding sessions with this girl and her baby. And finally, the girl was able to come out. She was supported with a toolkit, and she's doing very well as a salonist. Then, through another beautiful story of a girl who ended up in a remand home in this country. She was looking for her father, identity. She was looking for her father in Mombasa, and she ended up in Likoni remand home. And for a whole year, that girl was in Likoni remand home. At Likoni remand home, she had not committed crime. Remember, she's not accessing education. Remember, most of the services are a problem. I remember even when we were going for the very first field visit, there are some officers here who cried and said, this situation is worse than even committee. I don't want to say that lady because she's in this house today, but I remember her crying and saying the situation here is bad, so it was bad. And we were ready to take her back home to Kakuma, where she had come from, remand home. Yes. And then finally, we were able to resettle her back. Lemon, who offers temporary safe houses for children who may not have an opportunity to go back to their homes for several reasons. He was able to support the two children, and they boarded a flight from Eldoret to Kakuma to go back and resettle those two clients, and we had reintegrated. Unfortunately, had already reoffended and they were already back into the system. That is a girl who was supported in the Inua Jamii program. She's been accessing therapy. She's attending school in Thika. Our time is almost up. Thank you. Thanks. This RISE project has been able to use evidence-based approaches in implementing what was currently speaking about. We were able to do a market analysis to check that. We had the midline survey. We had an operation research. I know AMREF will be able to just advise on. I want all of you to take home from that. And soon we'll be having the endline survey to really check how far we are. Tree of Life is also very big in development of documents, so we have been able to pilot education and we have documented that. We really hope that that can be taken up. We were able to distribute the youth-friendly manuals that can be used in all the institutions and other policy documents, and we have taken part in. So moving forward, I'm hoping that all these coordination mechanisms we've been holding, all the discussions we've had with NITA on recognizing your officers for the skill they already have. We know that the instructors who are teaching in those institutions, some of them or most of them are not certified, but they are good at what they do. And we all know that products from prisons are very good. So if we can be able to just separate the training bit from the production bit, and then those officers to get paid for an exam to be recognized for the skill they already have. They're already good at tailoring, so let them be certified for that. And then ensure that our students are getting certificates. They're not coming out here and telling somebody, I did tailoring, so where is the proof? If you're not sitting for the NITA examination, then you can't prove to any employer. You can't even go to Bomalango and look for employment, you know? Yeah, so we really hope that the coordination mechanisms can be adopted by many, because it's something that proved that to work. And now we leave you with the companies in all those regions. All those institutions I've mentioned here, the managers were part of those advocacy meetings. I remember the Kakamega one. They were even able to get a machine, a spraying machine from one of the companies, and they were asking, where are these youths to be placed? I know that is something that we really had to work very hard to demystify the companies and telling them this is not somebody who... now that you have access to those companies in your region.
Let's appreciate corporates. You are cognizant of the established protocols. Allow me, your leadership, to request that turn to your neighbor. There are people in the room. Turn to your neighbor. I want to be a neighbor. Neighbor, I'm here by God's grace. Neighbor, Hai, wengine hawasemi kitu. Tangu asubuhi hata ujui jirani yako. Neighbor, neighbor, you are dressed to kill. Ambie neighbor, you are looking sharp this afternoon. Thank you. Your Ladyship, we are now almost geared towards the kingdom crankam of this occasion. And with your permission, allow me to have a very brief musical interlude. Thereafter, we'll continue with the other part of the program. Allow me to welcome Orchestra Heavy Duty for one musical item. Thereafter, proceed with the panel. Heavy Duty, please. Special dedication, Officer in Charge, Maralal, Mr. Justus Aganyinya. Song request. Song title, Jamaica. Tunaweza simama kidogo tu. Kidogo tu. Kidogo tu. And stretch. Kidogo tu. Aha. Carry on with the music. Carry on the music. Just have a stretch. Tingizika kidogo. Aha. Michirizi ya damu itembee mwilini. Chini kwa chini, muziki ya wazee, rumba ya bakulutu. Pole pole, songesha mguu kidogo tu, kidogo tu, kidogo tu. Wanaitwa Heavy Duty. Sikia midomo ya bata. Saxo.
but I tried to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a days. My heart is down, my head is turning around. I had to leave a little girl in Kingston Town.
Asante sana Heavy Duty. Kwa wakati huu nikabidhi kipaza sauti kwa mfawidhi mwenzangu apate kuendelea. Karibu sana madam.
Thank you mwenzangu. Naomba tafadhali turudi ndani. Burudani ilikuwa tamu tukaondoka kidogo. Kwa heshima naomba turudi ndani. Naomba turudi ndani tafadhali tuweze kuendelea na the next panel kwa sababu ya muda. Asanteni, asanteni wageni wetu heshimiwa kwa siku ya leo. Wote ambao mmehudhuria, karibuni tena kwa hili kongamano la Correctional Service Week. We are going to have a synthesis panel. We are going to have a synthesis panel. Kwa heshima naomba tutulie tafadhali. Thank you. We are going to have a synthesis panel which will give us reflections, key takeaways and communique, cross-panel reflections and participant input, highlight of actionable commitments and recommendations, presentation of a draft Correctional Service Week 2025 communique for validation. And we are going to start with our moderator for the panel, who is a seasoned strategic leader in the correctional sector with over 28 years of distinguished service in the probation rehabilitation. Please give it up for Senior Deputy Director of Probation, Mr. Michael Matekwa. Makofi akija, makofi ya Michael Matekwa tafadhali akija. Makofi tafadhali akija, mpe motisha afike pale jukwani tafadhali. Senior Deputy Director of Probation, Senior Deputy Director of Probation, Mr. Michael Matekwa. Yes? Naomba msamaha. Wakati mwingine tunasoma ambayo tumeandikiwa na kwa heshima na muomba Mr. Michael Matekwa msamaha, naambiwa anaitwa director. Jina lake ni director. Director of Probation, Mr. Michael Matekwa. Apewe makofi tafadhali akija. Lazima apate title yake kamili. Mr. Michael Matekwa, karibu. Lea kujitayarisha afike hapa. We will have our first
Thank you, Kenya Prisons Band. Makofi ya Kenya Prisons Band. Credentials. She holds a certificate in national security and strategy from the National Defense College. And she brings a wealth of experience in correctional administration. Her broad expertise and international exposure continue to strengthen the Kenya Prison Service commitment to professional excellence and transformative correction management. Are we ready? Put your hands together for Senior Assistant Commissioner General of Prisons, Priscilla Majere. Makofi ya Madam Priscilla. Akitembea kwa mwendo wake wa pole pole hadi pale jukwaani. Makofi tafadhali, makofi tafadhali. Our next panelist is the Director of Community Service Orders at the Probation and Aftercare Service with 28 years of experience in probation practice. Wapi makofi ya panelist wetu. That's a good experience. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Shadrach Kiengo Kavutai. Wapi makofi ya Mr. Kiengo Kavutai. Karibu Mr. Kiengo Kavutai kwenye jukwaa. Our next panelist is a dedicated professional in community-based corrections with over 19 years of experience in probation practice. Her work reflects deep commitment to justice, ensuring both offenders and victims are fairly represented through comprehensive and factual probation reports. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Stella Ntere. Makofi ya Stella Ntere tafadhali. Makofi ya Stella Ntere akija tafadhali. Karibu, karibu, karibu kwenye jukwaa. Karibu sana. Karibuni na tayari kuendelea.
Thank you so much. Our partners, supporters, colleagues from Kenya Prison Service, Probation and Aftercare Service, good afternoon. Good afternoon again. It's indeed a great privilege and honor to be part of this session. This session, as it is quite at the tail end of the exercise, and what we are going to do is to take you through the commitments that we are making, arising from the discussions we've had from Tuesday, from various participants, facilitators. So this is the culmination of the events for the day and for the Correctional Service Weeks. The takeaways, the reflections, the actionable areas, the outputs, what really has come out of this exercise. So I welcome you to be with us as we take you through these takeaways and reflections of the exercise. They have been structured in 4 thematic areas. And number 1 talks about innovations and service delivery excellence. The second one is rehabilitation, reintegration, and human dignity. And then the third thematic area is staff welfare, partnerships, and human rights. And then the 4th is infrastructure, climate smart, reforms, and resource mobilization. Now, without much ado, I want to invite my sister on the left, Majere, to take us through rehabilitation, reintegration, and human dignity takeaways. Karibu sana.
Thank you, Chairman of the panel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I will focus on, like you had, rehabilitation of our clients. And from the panel yesterday, you remember we were talking about strengthening the continuum from custody and into the community. So we can call this through care, in other words. From yesterday's discussion, you had the panel members talking about the success of some of our vocational trainings. But it also emerged that vocational training is not adequate on its own. So we would like to commit that as the Kenya Prison Service, we will combine vocational training, psychosocial support, and restorative justice into our programs, and we are sure that this one will help in reducing recidivism. We also commit to leveraging on technology, and this will begin even as the clients are still in our custody, so that we can prepare them for release in order for us to ensure that there is a safe reintegration for them back into the community after the work that we will have done with them. We also would like to encourage commitment to institutionalizing community-based rehabilitation, and this we will work with our brothers and sisters from the probation, so that we can also have post-release support networks. As the Kenya Prison Service, our mandate actually ends when our clients finish their sentences. So basically, at the gates, we tell them bye and we have done our work. But then, linking with our brothers from probation, who have the responsibility of aftercare, then we hope that we'll partner with them and other organizations that can be able to support our clients so that they can be fully reintegrated back into their communities. We are hoping that we can be able to leverage on the partnerships that we have. JICA from yesterday, Tree of Life, and you heard one of the panelists yesterday talking about the Nyota program. So we are hoping that if these partners come on board, then we will be able to ensure that we have a smooth reintegration of our clients. We also commit that we'll have gender-responsive interventions that will address the various needs. Kenya Prison Service admits anyone who has been found in conflict with the law and has been sentenced to serve a term of imprisonment. So really, we do not choose our clients, and that is why we are saying that we are going to be gender-responsive to their needs. So in this category, we will hope that we will work with the justice defenders that you saw earlier. We have a group of ladies that is called Clean Start Africa, Crime CIPOA, and again Tree of Life, and many other partners whom we hope that they will take up this challenge so that we can be able to provide what our clients need. We also commit to develop policies of reintegration that will be able to balance public safety with compassionate reformation. Why we are saying this is that we know that we are dealing with offenders, and at one time they may have wronged someone or the other. We do not want to forego or not to take into consideration the feelings and the offenses that they have committed against their victims. But we undertake that we will ensure that both sides are heard, and therefore, even as we do our rehabilitation, we shall do it with compassion and also sensitivity to their victims. In doing this, we will hope to work with other like-minded organizations that will be able to bridge the gap that is between the victim and the offenders, so that we can be able to have a smooth reintegration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Majere, for that commitment. You know, members, we all know that rehabilitation and reintegration are core functions. And it is now, this is a paradigm shift from punishment to rehabilitation and reintegration, which paradigm shift has well been articulated even in our proposed draft policy and even the draft Kenya Correctional Service bill. So it is very key in the work, in the service that we do as correctional officers, that we must focus on the offender. We must have those policies and indeed leverage on resources from within the communities for that effective rehabilitation and reintegration, so as for us to have safety spaces in our community. I want to invite our second panelist, Mr. Shadrach Kavutai. He will be taking us through the commitments from the previous, just the immediate previous presenters, whose thematic area was staff, welfare, partnerships, and human rights. Karibu sana, Bwana Kavutai.
Thank you very much, my co-panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me first to acknowledge and also rate on the protocols from the top to the least represented in this forum. Indeed, as my panelists have said, I will just be taking you through the issues of staff welfare, partnership, and human rights. The panelists who are here, they have given us a clear nexus between staff welfare, partnerships, and human rights. And they indeed observed there's no way as correctional services we can operate optimally without the three variables, the three principles complementing one another. Indeed, the panelists have started by giving us the challenges we face as a correctional, and the majority of the challenges they have highlighted range from human resource deficiencies, and also issues of staff welfare, and also issues of the offenders or the clients whom we take care of, how the evolving environment affects our work. The panelists went ahead also to present their case studies of each individual element of staff welfare was presented, and it was recognized of any organization on growth and development. And therefore, there was a mutual consensus in all aspects of their life to ensure the optimal performance for effective service delivery for the common good. Secondly, the issue of partnership was also discussed widely by the panelists, and indeed it was agreed. Partnership is critical, is key in complementing the work of correctional service. Indeed, it was agreed partnerships complement either through capacity building of our staff. It also complements in availing resources to complement our budget which is scarce, and also in terms of providing technical expertise required to implement our commands, and also enforcing the levels of our accountability as we march forward in implementing our services. And lastly, the issue of human rights was also brought on board, and we consider the environment in which we are operating, the kind of calendar we have, and the issues of human rights cannot be underemphasized. And therefore, there was a clear call amongst the panelists, and also I want to believe across the board that the matters of observing human rights becomes key. With those, therefore, these are the following commitments which have been taken on board. Recognizing that human resource is the most critical resource in any organization on growth and development. In this regard, matters of staff welfare need to be addressed through building a high-quality workforce, Further, realizing the role of partnership for working together in a common path of service delivery and the need for upholding human rights from both clients and staff in our correctional facilities to safeguard their human dignity, we do hereby, collectively and individually, make the following commitments. 1, we need to recognize staff well-being and morale as key enablers to correctional excellence for the common good, and therefore, programs for staff development and capacity building will be developed and implemented. Number 2, considering the working environment of the correctional staff, we do commit to develop and implement responsive mental health wellness programs for correctional staff and their families. Thirdly, realizing the role of multi-sector partnerships in complementing the work of correctional services, we do commit to advocate and enhance multi-sector partnerships while at the same time sustaining the existing partnerships. And lastly, based on the current policy and legal frameworks, as well as observing the international conventions, we do propose for continuous structured human rights audits in all our correctional operational areas and undertake refresher trainings within our correctional facilities. Thank you. Those are the commitments we want to make. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Kavutai, for well amplifying the critical role of and importance of staff, human rights, and partnerships. We are requested that in the next 3 minutes we finish. The chief of guests will be arriving shortly so that we may continue with the rest of the program. Yeah? Okay. I'm guided that they are still behind, so we can rush. Let me take you through the other thematic area that is about digitization. It is about integrating innovations and service delivery excellence, integrating technology. As I'm well guided that we continue with the program. So my thematic area is about innovation and service delivery, and it focuses, like from the previous discussions, one key takeaway commitment we are making is to embrace digitization in improving service delivery. How do we do that? We do that, we heard from the previous speakers, we need to embrace, for example, video conferencing. We need to embrace in-cell telephony, justice services like virtual courts and access to legal aid. We need also to embrace virtual hearings, webinars, remote parenting for inmates in prison. We can also do that by championing key reforms for digitization in the legal and policy framework. Of course, in the draft bill and policy, we have made, provisions were made there for electronic monitoring, for example, as alluded to by one of the presenters, the speakers. There is also a provision that has been made in the bill that empowers the proposed Director General Probation and Aftercare Service to deploy and regulate technology for the effective management of offenders. And of course, also the draft policy speaks broadly on integration of technology and modernization in the management of offenders. Under that digitization also, we need to expand and integrate technical and vocational training programs in our facilities for both probation and Kenya prisons. Many are traditional and use rudimental equipment, so we need to modernize that so that they respond to the demands of the market. Of course, there is also so many aspects on that. There's the previous presenter, the young man, also presented on the use integration of AI in the management of offenders, USSD platforms, and then that goes for digitization. Of course, and then there is the aspect of interagency collaboration as a component of that innovation. Interagency collaboration in the use of digital space. We also need to do benchmarking, design and redesign of infrastructure to align them to spaces. There is also the component of capacity building in technology, where we need to have literacy programs for correctional officers, the use of integrated systems for officers to be trained on the same communication, data analysis, data-driven security and risk management, legal and ethical and human rights compliance, and of course, continuous learning on ICT and the digital space dynamics generally. Then there is innovation also by way of partnership with academia and private tech institutions, whereby you had this forum is a melting point for partnerships to have a conversation on this digital input. So we are aware, of course, we partner with so many partners, both locally and internationally, and they bring on board a lot. Agility, we were told, equipment maintenance, they also bring on board design. We are making out of this forum need to be upstanding for us to make that commitment both individually and collectively. Let's be kindly take us through that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Matekwa and the other panelists. You've shared the commitments for this SW 2025. So the next step is about the validation of the commitments by making a resolve as correctional officers. I think you can project together. If not, we can proceed. You read after me. From this week forward, we reaffirm our collective duty to humanize corrections, strengthen service delivery, and ensure that every reform translates into dignity, efficiency, and hope.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, invited guests. That comes to the end of our presentation. Once again, I want to thank you so much for giving an ear for us and allowing us to take us through the commitments we are making that are outputs of this Correctional Service Week 2025. Thank you so much and God bless.
Asante sana, asante sana. Basi tunaomba tu msamaha kidogo. Mgeni wetu wa heshima, mgeni wetu rasmi siku ya leo hako nasi, na kidogo tu tunawaomba, muda hauko nasi, kuna wageni wengine ambaye wana fly out, so ndio maana tuko tunafanya haraka. Basi mgeni wetu atakapoingia mahali hapa, bendi yetu ya magereza itatuongoza kwa wimbo wa taifa na vile vile wimbo wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, ikiwemo kwaya yetu vile vile, na tutaomba wote kusimama wakati wimbo wa taifa unapochezwa. Na hapo baadaye tutafungua kwa maombi tukiongozwa naye Reverend Wambugu atatuongoza kwa maombi na tutaendelea. Basi kwa sasa naomba DJ chini kwa chini tu kuburudisha wageni kidogo kidogo tukiwa tunamngoja mgeni wetu rasmi. DJ.
Wamanya Rosilida Ibosiwo alimushere wa bene. Wamanya Rosilida Ibosiwo alimushere wa bene. Ibulanga Rosilida mushere wo neni bosiwo. Ibulanga Rosilida mushere wo neni bosiwo. Rosilida lero alamanya mukangalula sundula busi. Rosilida lero alamanya mukangalula sundula busi. Mukangal Wenza nga urina mubandu nukata watechizamale. Wenza nga urina mubandu nukata watechizamale. Mukangala iyeme butwa mukangala ulizinya musumba. Mukangala iyeme butwa mukangala ulizinya musumba. Mukangala mukangala mwihonye yukukosi. Mukangala kuwirira ngashiko. Mukangala mwihonye yukukosi. Mukangala kuwirira ngashiko. Rosilida lero alamanya mukangalula sundula busi. Rosilida lero alamanya mukangalula sundula busi. Umusikine lyogo yobongo ko poisa siturese somonto. Umusikine lyogo yobongo ko poisa siturese somonto. Ngomentindi baito yego soko tero bongo mbuche chitira. Ngomentindi baito yego soko tero bongo mbuche chitira. Abongo ko poete no nyane corona kongo ngutwara.
Asante. Naomba tusimame wote tumkaribishe mgeni wetu rasmi. Makofi mazuri tumpigie mgeni wetu rasmi ambaye ni PS wetu. Karibu sana madam, karibu sana wageni wote, karibu sana wageni wetu siku ya leo. Karibu sana, karibu. Asante sana, karibu. Tuwashangilie kwa makofi mazuri, tuwapigie makofi wanapoingia. Asante sana, makofi mazuri wageni wetu wanapopata mahali pa kuketi. Karibu sana. Naomba tubakie tumesimama kwa wimbo wa taifa na vile vile wimbo wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Bendi.
Tukaenda undugu, amani na uhuru.
Asanti, naomba tuketini tafadhali. Our chief guests, P.S. Salome Biako, Ambassador of Azerbaijan to Kenya, Mr. Sultan Ajavia, Major General Maselea Yodov, Deputy Minister of Justice Azerbaijan, Lady Justice Margaret Muigai, National Chairperson, Community Service Orders Committee, the Commissioner General of Prisons, Mr. Patrick Arandu, Mr. Joseph Sensevier, Director General, Sierra Leone Correctional Services, Dr. Christine Obondi, Secretary, Rehabilitation and Aftercare Service, Mr. Bungani Kumalo, Deputy Commissioner General of Prisons, the Kingdom of Eswatini, Directors kutoka Parks, Directors kutoka PHQ, ladies and gentlemen. Ningependa kumwalika Reverend Wambugu aje atufungulie kwa maombi. Welcome, Reverend.
Let us pray. Almighty God, our hearts this afternoon are filled with gratitude for graciously bringing us to the successful culmination of Correctional Service Week 2025 activities, engagements, reflections, and learning sessions. We appoint to you this beloved nation of Kenya, the ministry, the State Department for Correctional Services, and its key departments, the Kenya Prison Service, and the Probation and Aftercare Services. Together with all stakeholders and able officers in their various capacities, we pray, dear Lord, that you may continue to help us to accomplish the good work that you have begun in each one of us. We thank you for stakeholders, facilitators, whose vision, sacrifice, and commitment will continue inspiring efficient service delivery for the common good, the current and the future generations. As our esteemed leadership and the chief guest officially brings this Correctional Service Week to a noble close, we pray that the knowledge gained, the ideas shared, and the valuable partnerships on board would become instrument of transformation, greater efficiency, and excellence within correctional institutions, communities, and nation at large. May the Lord guide and strengthen our resolves, bless us and keep us always in His sufficient grace. Gracious Lord, hear our prayers. In the name of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. May we appreciate him with hearty claps, please. Thank you, Reverend Wambugu, for the prayer. Our chief guest, Madam, with your permission, allow me to now move to the next segment of the program, and that is entertainment segment. Allow me to humbly invite the Kenya Prisons Brass Band for a musical interlude. Thank you, thank you. Let's appreciate Kenya Prisons Brass Band. Let's give them hearty claps, please. Our chief guest, madam, the next group is Orchestra Heavy Duty. Please be on stage. Let's appreciate them with hearty claps. Orchestra Heavy Duty. Thank you, Orchestra Heavy Duty. Our chief guest, madam, we want to thank you for accepting to come and grace this auspicious occasion despite your many exigencies, you've got time to be here. Is a true testament that you are an ideal embodiment of professional leadership. Let's appreciate our chief guest, please. Our chief guest, madam, with your permission, allow me, and cognizant of the established protocol, allow me at this juncture to humbly invite the remarks by His Excellency Sultan Hajiev, the ambassador of Azerbaijan to Kenya. Let's appreciate him as he comes to make the remarks. Makofi mazuri tafadhali. Thank you.
Not yet. Now it is. Jambo. Good afternoon. Mgeni mheshimiwa, katibu mkuu Dr. Salome Biako, marafiki, jina langu ni Sultan Hajiev, balozi wa Jamhuri ya Azerbaijan nchi Kenya. I think I'll stop Swahili here and I'll switch to English. Thank you so very much. Thanks a lot. I'll keep my remarks very short, and I will be mainly focusing on the sense of real satisfaction. That's what one feels when something he was part of discussing is becoming reality. Because even in the last few days, during multiple contacts between the Principal Secretary and Deputy Minister of Justice of Azerbaijan, Major General Mirsaleh Seidev, we were going back to how it all started in terms of Azerbaijan being present here. And it all takes passion, commitment, and strong will for partnership. Azerbaijan may seem to be worlds away, but it's actually very close. And for us to be here with you, for my colleagues, for the Deputy Minister who is head of our penitentiary system and his team, to be able to communicate, to share experiences, and to think of the ways we can support each other and work together. That's what partnerships are all about. That's what friendships are all about. And that's how you get countries closer to each other. My most sincere congratulations to Madam Principal Secretary and her team. I believe this is a very important event, but my last remark and the last point that I wanted to make before I will be asking for the permission to leave, because I also have another hat, and that's my country's representative to United Nations. I just want to say I have no doubts that Bila Shaka Kapisa, that Pangamingi that we discussed here, will be transforming into some real joint actions, and the result of these actions will be in the best interest of Kenyans, in the best interest of Azerbaijanis, and in the best interest of what we're here for, which means to serve people better. I thank you all, and I'm looking forward to remain in touch. Asante sana. Thank you so much.
Asante sana, makofi kwake tafadhali akiondoka. Asante mgeni wetu, karibu tena Kenya, hakuna matata. Asante sana. Thank you so much. Mgeni wetu mheshimiwa, all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to testimonials presented by the reformed clients. These are success stories. Crime si poa uwanjani wenyu. Mko wapi? Tafadhali makofi kwa wakija uwanjani. Crime sio poa. Crime is not good. Crime si poa. Makofi wakija jukwani tafadhali. Testimonials. Those are success stories. Crime si poa. All right. Thank you. Crime sio poa. Makofi akija pale jukwani. Asante sana, muda ni wako.
Good afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to ride on the protocols established. My name is Caroline Janja. I work with Crime CIPRA. I'm representing the Executive Director, Peter Oko, who wished to be here, but he's outside of the country on official duties. Today, we are totally humbly to be in your presence and being part of the executive sponsors of the Correctional Service Week. I would like to thank the Ministry of Interior and Coordination, the State Department for Correctional Services, the Kenya Prison Service for the support that they have accorded Crime CIPOA over the years. Crime CIPOA, for those who may not know who is Crime CIPOA is an organization, a non-governmental organization that was established behind prison walls. It was established by Peter Oko while he was serving the death row sentence at Committee Maximum Prison. And what informed his decision to establish was due to the high number of young people getting into prison because of crime, because of lack of legal representation, and that is why the organization was established. And it formally started its operation in 2018 when he was released, after being released from prison, having served 18 years in prison for a wrongful conviction. Over the years, Crime CIPOA has been able to transform the lives of people through two programs. That is the Legal Support Services Program, the Prevention, Rehabilitation, and Reintegration Program. Our motto is to inform, to reform, our motto is to inform, reform, and to transform. And this we do through the three approaches, that is awareness creation, behavioral change, and skills transfer program. Through the partnership of the Kenya Prison Service, we have been able to train approximately 192 paralegals across 5 prisons in the various prison institutions. In the community, we have been able to reach 15,060 children, young women through crime prevention programs. And also we have been able to support around 11,000 inmates with legal knowledge, with life skill support programs, in making them, in preparing them for the second chance that they are awaiting their freedom. I don't know if the team is ready to project the presentation that we had for you. As we wait for the presentation, we are also honored to have one of our beneficiaries who has been a friend of CSP while it was behind bars, and even upon his release. I'd like to call Willis Nandi to come and share his story. Willis.
All protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am Willis Nandi, popularly known as Daddy's Teachers. That's the name you'll find me with. I'm an ex-convict, an ex-prisoner. I've not stayed in prison for a long time. I've not stayed in prison for a long time. I've only stayed in prison for only 21 years. And I'm honored today because I've seen the peers here. And as I finish my remarks, I'd like to shake hands with the peers because seeing a former prisoner shaking hands with a dignitary is very hard. So I think you accord me that privilege, madam. I went to prison at a very young age, at an age of my 20th birthday. Actually, I celebrated my 20th birthday in prison. for a wrong that I did not commit, robbery with violence. I was hung to death, stayed in a death row for 10 years, whereby you could bask. A day has 24 hours, and you could only bask for 15 minutes. That means 12 hours, 23 hours and a half, you are inside a room. Then the retired President, His Excellency His Excellency Kibaki, pardoned the death sentence to life imprisonment. I've seen transformation in prison. At that age, prison officers are very good people. I entered the prison when they were called afandis. Up to the time they are called walimu. Now, if there are good people that God should bless in this country, are prison officers. They took care of me, and I can see some of them, and you allow me just to call their name. I have my able officer in charge, Mr. Kisingu. Undi alituma nikule mkate jela siku ya kwanza. Thank you, Mr. Kisingu, for that. I have Mr. Mutembei here. Actually, he's the one who signed my release. I have Mr. Otieno, where is Otieno? Yes, Oti. I've seen him from a constable rising to those ranks. Actually, he's the one who gave me the trustee uniform that came, liachiliwa nayo. Thank you. And all the prison officers. Madam PS, I've faced challenges in prison, but to me they are not challenges. They are not even challenges. They are just sometimes life that goes when there are learning experiences. In prison, I've learned what we call upholstery. I've gone to the industry, learned what we call upholstery. Even those chairs that honorable members are sitting in the parliament, I'm one of them who made those chairs. In prison, I've learned what we call ikupaka rangi. I didn't knew those things, but I've learned that. I've learned a little bit of carpentry. I've gone to school. I was caught when I did not even finish my Form 4. But the English I'm speaking is through these prison officers. I did my KCSE back in prison. Back in prison. Sasa nyinyi mnataka kuniambia jela ni mbaya kweli? Ama askari ni wabaya? They are good people. Madam, when Peter Ouko, the CEO of Crime Power, was in prison, when he came with that to establish this Crime Power, I was privileged to work with Peter Ouko back in prison. We started, that's when transformation agenda came to me, and I decided, no, I want to change. So Peter Ouko took my hand as a young boy. We grew with Peter Ouko. Then after he got released, he never left me. Peter Ouko took my hand, and now I came to Crime Power. Crime Power has really changed me. And I want to thank Peter Ouko in a very, very special way. He caught me when even my families, my friends had abandoned me. But we walked that journey with him up to now. My work, Madam PS, in the community is to change the community. I was welcomed by the community. I talk to young people, including children, tell them there is a sense of committing crime. I talk to the youth. Crime Support has given me that opportunity. Every week, around thrice a week, I'm in the CBD. You could see me like a madman with a megaphone, talking to people. There's those young people who go to the street, wakati wa maandamano. They took that advantage, wanaanza kuibia watu. So that's my work to change. I don't want any other youth to go to prison, suffer 21 years, the way I did suffer 21 years. I want to change them so that they cannot go to, ndio tupeleke huko jela tu hao watu wa corruption, si ndio? We want to change these people. That is my work that the Crime Sipoa has accorded me. And Crime Sipoa lifted me. It has changed me. And every time I share my story through Crime Sipoa, I heal. So, Madam P.S., in prison, there are a lot of people who are in prison. People who are in prison are there. Some did not even commit those wrongs. Some committed the wrongs, but they have repented. They have repented and they decided to change once and for all, like me. But Madam P.S., I'll just to address this one to you. When we ex-prisoners, we are not now called ex-prisoners. Ex-prisoners, ex-convict, because that's when you tell someone they fear you. We are called returning citizens. Returning citizens are those people who did wrong, went back to prison, and now they have come back again to the community to serve the community with dignity, with respect, with a lot of humility. My aim, Madam P.S., I don't want to see that woman coming from work and then his car breaks down somewhere. And then thus come, I don't want to see that woman being raped. I don't want to see that young school girl, now that somebody causing defilement of that young school girl. I don't want to see that old man, after working and getting their salary, then at the end of the day, people come and took what he has done for all those years. My work is to transform this country, to transform young people, to transform the nation and my society where I come from, so that there should be no crime committed. That's why I respect and serve Crime Sipoa with dignity. Madam, causing all those years, I've spent my youthful and useful years back in prison. The only thing I have to celebrate is now that I'm breathing. I even wrote, I saw you and I was just praying to God. I wanted to see Mr. President, Madam Prisoner, Madam PS. And you'll allow me to give this. Unajua, sisi wa Kenya tunasemaga, lazima mtu ajitume. Na usipogonga hiyo, I wrote a letter to the President. His Excellency William Samoei Ruto. And now if I give this letter to Madam PS, najua itafika. How many want my letter to reach iende rais bana? Sibinipigia makofi kama nataka iende rais. So Madam PS, with a lot of humility, you'll just receive this letter, na ikifikia rais, mimi nitashukuru sana. Crime Sipoa has accorded me that we need to start an organization called Returning Citizens. These returning citizens, we are very many ex-prisoners in one group that we go doing, sensitizing the community, giving back to the prisoners, telling the community on how bad crime is. And these ex-prisoners, all of them have their own work that they did in prison. We have tailors, we have carpenters, we have upholsterers, we have those people who make shoes, we have everybody. So what about if the vision that we have through Crime Sipoa that we can have our own industry of ex-prisoners? Even the dress that you are wearing, I have one who can, anaweza katengeneza hiyo Madam PS. Prisoners, we are here to transform the life of those people so that that young man cannot commit crime and go back to prison. So Madam PS, with a lot of humility, let me hand over this letter to you, and I know it will reach Mr. President. Thank you, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Willis.
Today, it stands as a beacon of change across schools. Did you know that Crime Sipoa was founded on death row? Born out of hope, resilience, and a vision for transformation, today it stands as a beacon of change across schools, prisons, and communities.
Madam PS, you can see the transformative power of prisons, the partnership between Crime CPOA and the Kenya Prison Service, that the power of second chances, that we now have Willis who is impacting lives. And I must mention that I'm also a product of Kenya Prison Service. As a young advocate, when I entered the walls of committee, I didn't know much of criminal justice. But the paralegals at Kenya at committee, they're the ones who taught me about criminal law. Waliniambia hiyo ni sheria umejua, but kwa ground vitu ni tofauti. So thank you so much, and we pray that you'll continue to support our work and to transform the lives of young men, young women, children who are in contact with the law. Thank you.
Thank you, Crime sio poa. Makofi ya crime sio poa, jamani. Makofi ya Willy. Thank you very much. We are going to have a brief documentary on efficient service delivery. It will be done by the Head of Communication, State Department for Correctional Services, on priorities areas. Karibu Head Communication, tafadhali makofi kwake akija. Kindly clap, 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 clap. Head Communication.
Powerful control starts on the runway, coupled with mental and physical discipline with a focus on the ultimate prize. Such has been the meticulous journey in search of excellence by the State Department for Correctional Services under the stewardship of Principal Secretary Dr. Salome Bieko, one priority area at a time. A fruitful journey that has seen a host of new projects launched, achievements that have been anchored on targets set out by the Principal Secretary in her 8 key priority areas. It is a year that has seen the dream of reviewing the country's correctional services, legal and policy frameworks that reflect current realities, focusing on offender rehabilitation and societal reintegration to create productive citizens take shape. The Technical Committee on the Development of Policy and Legal Framework for Correctional Services already finalized the Kenya Correctional Services Bill 2025 after the draft legal frameworks and policy were validated following their development and eventual public participation. And as the State Department for Correctional Services moves to enhance food production and promote commercial activities within its facilities, a draft regulatory framework has been developed to revolutionize its farms and industries. This besides the establishment of an interministerial committee to compile the current status of correctional services land with a view of expediting titling of all land resources under the department. With the efforts, projection for agricultural produce across all the department's farms are expected to record bumper harvests.
The stand that best interprets the current shock theme, government stand, Kenya Prisons Service.
No wonder the department has continued to shine for its innovation and originality, winning a harvest of medals across the various trade fairs it has participated in. The department has also developed a comprehensive implementation roadmap for recommendations of the Maraga Task Force, which among other things spells out a new salary and remuneration structure, comprehensive welfare policy, as well as setting up of a modernization fund. Kenya Prison Service officers have already benefited from Phase 2 of the salary review, having received their dues including arrears alongside their August salaries. In the first phase, an increase of 20% was implemented effective July 1, 2024 for constables, with the percentage gradually decreasing for higher ranks. The salary reviews are embedded within the normal remuneration review cycle by the Salaries and Remuneration Commission.
Not be able to do cancer to your husband.
In an effort to enhance mental health and wellness for those working within correctional settings as well as offenders, a draft mental health policy has been developed. Various stations across the country have collaborated with stakeholders to train officers on mental health awareness and financial literacy.
We do have a full-fledged Directorate of Health Services that looks into some of these matters or cases that have been forwarded to the headquarters. And then interventions can be, for instance, referred to probably a rehabilitation center, to a psychiatrist, and any other approach or intervention that is suitable depending with the matter at hand. Because mental issues are not the same. The stressors, the causes of these mental issues differ from one person to another. It could be marital, it could be family, it could be maybe drug and substance issue, finances, etc. Even denial of inmates who have been put in custody can lead to mental health.
In 2023, officers selected from various stations undertook a one-year training of trainers program and graduated in July 2025 from Tengaza University with a certificate in psychosocial support. Further, the department has facilitated and provided psychological counseling services to a daily average of 60,000 custodial offenders and an equal number of non-custodial offenders. A counseling unit for victims of drugs and substance abuse has also been established at Kiambu Probation Office. The department has also identified religious organizations as key players in the Reformation agenda, with the sector at the center of ongoing plans. Construction of an SDA church at Committee Medium Prisons by a well-wisher, construction of mosques in Jamhuri and Shimo Women's Prison,
Bwana Mungu Mwenyezi, tunakuomba ubariki kanisa hii.
Consecration of a new Catholic church at the Nairobi West Prison, and the graduation of 29 inmates at committee to the Catholic Men's Association, a demonstration of the importance of religious organization within correctional settings. To help in the rehabilitation and reintegration of offenders, the State Department has embarked on modernizing and equipping classrooms with instructional materials, efforts that have seen at least 10,469 inmates acquire vocational training, with over 7,820 long-term serving inmates benefiting from formal education. With the support and cooperation of the Ministry of Education, a total of 136 primary and secondary schools have been formally established in 136 prisons across the country. A total of 60 primary schools and 60 secondary schools are now registered and issued with unique identifier codes. Libraries, as the one at the Nairobi Boys Probation Hostels, have also been established, providing both physical and digital resources necessary for equipping both staff and offenders with relevant knowledge.
The real benefit is that no place will have a lot of physical space, so they can't have 1,000 books here, but we can have thousands of books here.
It also gives us an opportunity. The world is a global village. There are varieties there. Are we going to challenge ourselves that prisons officers can come here and share the facility? And we can also benefit from the promised workshops and learning environment, for we are those who deliver the programs, that we will change one life at a time because we have launched this process.
Maybe after we move from the children and the young offenders, we can also go to the major prisons, particularly the main prisons where formal education is also carried out, because we all agree, doubtlessly, that education is an equalizer.
This, besides ongoing efforts to digitalize all operations within the correctional systems. The Kenya Prison Service has already acquired equipment amounting to 119.98 million, comprising of computers, laptops, projectors, VHF radios and LCD screens to support delivery of virtual court services. The quest to have offenders acquire a decent education saw 11 inmates graduate with a degree in Bachelors of Law from the University of London in November 2024, while one offender, whose education has been fully funded by the department, graduated with a Bachelors of Medicine and Surgery from the University of Nairobi in December 2024, a testament to the success of the endeavour. Launched in May 2025, the Social Health Authority registration exercise, spearheaded by the State Department for Correctional Services, is being rolled out across all correctional facilities to ensure all prisoners are covered under the universal health coverage, with the government taking care of their premiums to ensure they have access to affordable and quality healthcare services. In yet another revolutionary undertaking, a brainchild of Principal Secretary Dr. Salome Bieko, a campaign that seeks to ensure all inmates across the country sleep on beds, has been launched, with 2,000 beds set to be fabricated and distributed to various facilities by the end of the year. The campaign, which is supported by well-wishers, aims to decongest prisons and restore dignity to inmates.
It is very important for us to provide a conducive environment for all our inmates to live in dignity so that they can be able to undertake those rehabilitation programs, vocational training, as well as formal education. And one component of ensuring that they live in dignity is provision of beds, provision of hygienic conditions, areas of habitation.
We are here also to encourage Kenyans to reflect on how we can work together, not helping only those ones outside there, but also within the prisons, the walls of the prisons, to build a nation. Let us reflect on issues that affect us, because those ones who are here, they come here for various reasons that hamper them to stay away from their society, from the community outside there.
So we need to shift, to help shift the mindset and appreciate that there can be no better society if we do not have institutions that can help us correct those who go wayward in society in such a manner that when they come back, people can see that they have become different people.
Dubbed He for He triple-decker bed campaign, the initiative targets to have at least 20,000 triple-decker beds fabricated to cater for about an average of 57,000 men behind bars within the country's correctional centres. And with the reformed offenders encountering challenges once they exit prison, the department is working to enable ex-convicts acquire certificates of good conduct.
Hilo jambo limerejewa na maprison mingi sana ambazo nimevisit takriban ya prisons 80 na kila prison kila wakati wananiuliza hilo swali.
A multidisciplinary committee to examine gaps and develop plans for reformed offenders to obtain these certificates to aid their reintegration and employment has already been established. On greening Kenya, the State Department has planted over 6 million trees and donated thousands of seedlings to communities in response to the clarion call by President William Ruto to plant 15 billion trees by 2032. The State Department is dedicated every first Thursday of every month to planting and growing trees across its facilities in the country. The department is generating about 10 million seedlings annually through integration of environmental conservation in its programs, with a goal of producing 100 million seedlings and planting 20 million trees each year. They say that all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy, an adage that has gained resonance in the department, with sports maintaining prominence. A football tournament of players aged above 35 years held in September, with the highest award being Commissioner General's Cup, in which prison staff training college won by beating Nairobi West 1-0, a testament to the power of sport in unifying the department. The official launch of the chess program in correctional services and signing of MOU between the State Department for Correctional Services and the Chess Kenya Federation marked the entrance of a new tool for rehabilitation, a proof a simple board game can rebuild lives and minds alike.
Even your clients who are here, once they are out, they will be having a skill, several skills. Let me say several because I've seen you doing many things. Several skills that will help them to survive and to integrate into the community.
When you get into the chess game now, I know the policies may not allow our inmates to go out, but we have officers. We should be more than willing to support you, so that you can go there to represent us.
Kenya's correctional services is one of the leading countries, if not the leader now, in embracing chess in our correctional facilities in just 1 year.
In October, the department honored its best performing sportsmen and women in a star-studded cast that included 800 meters world beater Lillian Odera, who broke the 42-year-old world athletics champion record.
Kenyans going to do it! What an upset, what a story! Oh my word! The championship record that has stood since 1983 has gone.
Winning a gold with a time of 1 hour, 54.62 seconds at the World Athletics Champions in Tokyo.
Acknowledge the great role that Kenyan prisons continue to play, not only marketing and profiling our nation, but also nurturing champions. From the golden strides of our legend gathering to the historic triumph of Heron, and now the rising brilliance of Lydia. Your legacy is etched in the hearts of Kenyans sporting story.
We already have the blessing of His Excellency the President, and we are very grateful to him for his visionary and transformative leadership that has seen him recognize that there is need for Kenya Prison Service to take sports to the next level. And I believe through that blessing that we have received from His Excellency, we can only get better in terms of infrastructure, in terms of training, and in terms of what more we can do in all the disciplines. And I'm hoping that moving forward, we can even increase the number of disciplines we participate in.
The Principal Secretary has, in execution of her mandate, underscored the critical role of partnerships to drive correctional reforms by collaborating with various entities to improve efficiency, capacity and rehabilitation programs within correctional services. And even as she pats officers working in the department on the back,
Kuona pale nje, you're a reflection of the president. Who the president is seen in your face. Are you an organized person? Are you an orderly person? Are you a right-thinking member of this society?
the PS has always emphasized the need for discipline, respect for family and financial probity as key to success of sustaining the momentum of ongoing reforms that seek to transform the country's correctional landscape.
job was so simple, just opening and the locking of doors. It was punitive. But today, with the correctional phenomenon, it has become more difficult, with premium laid on the 3 R's: rehabilitation, reintegration, and reformation. The prison officers now has the responsibility to study the antisocial behavior of those neglected adults. Polish them as fine, peaceful, useful, productive contributors to society. That's the heart of rule of law, human dignity, and public safety. Correction is much expensive, addressing those treatment programs. In Kenya, indeed, Kenya has done a lot of correctional reforms, and this program is one big step to reforms. This week's event reminds us that the correctional system sits at the heart of rule of law, human dignity, and public safety. On this note, I want to beg all of us present here to continue giving our best in supporting the PS, the Commissioner General, and the Kenya Prison Service. Correction across Africa carries same problems: overcrowding and old infrastructures. What interests me most here is rehabilitation of inmates are being people-centered. A model built on correctional must protect the public, and those rehabilitation must align with real and present-day job market. Prison indeed is a beautiful place or home and has room, enough room, I mean, to accommodate all kinds of people or persons. Let me remind that all of us that we are all potential prisoners, so let us do that which will make the prison a better place or home for us. No one organization strives alone. There is need for us to come together and work as a team. That's the reason why we're here to support our brother. On this note, I want to thank you, PS, the Commissioner, and the people of Kenya for this milestone. Asante sana.
Asante sana, Mr. Joseph Senesi. Of course, Kenya ni kuzuri sana, karibu tena, hakuna matata. Makofi kwake. Thank you so much. We are going to have remarks by Eswatini delegation, Mr. Bongani Kumalo, DCG, the Kingdom of Eswatini. Kindly put your hands together for Mr. Bongani Kumalo. You're welcome, sir.
Chief Guest, Commissioner General, and all protocol observed, good afternoon. Maybe let me start off by saying, back home, when the elders have spoken, you cannot say a word. But because the program director has given me this opportunity, allow me to say just one or two things before I take my seat. First of all, we appreciate the invitation from the State Department for Correctional Services, as His Majesty's Correctional Service, Eswatini, to come and be part of this Correctional Services Week 2025. It has really been an eye-opener. We have learned a great deal as the Kingdom of Eswatini. Personally, I have served in the correctional services for 20 years now. I am the Deputy Commissioner General in charge of rehabilitation, reintegration, and community corrections. In our country, I've told the PS this, in our country, our legislation merged the probation and aftercare service. So we do not have a standalone probation and aftercare service, but everything is being done by the officers, the psychologists, social workers, all the rehabilitation officers. They are the ones undertaking this mammoth task. And as we're touring on Tuesday with the minister outside, I got to learn of parks. And this morning, I had the opportunity to go and listen to the colleagues outside and have them take me step by step on what Kenya is doing. And I learned that there is a huge number of offenders that go through their hands but avoid going into custody. In our country, everyone goes into custody. It is then the Commissioner General, after a person has served a certain period, if you have 24 months or less remaining of your sentence, then that is when the Commissioner General can release you to go into extramural penal employment. We only have a few of offenders that are serving their sentences under the community service orders. So it has been a real eye-opener for us as a country to come and sit down and listen to the various presenters presenting on the achievements that Kenya has attained. And I'm really excited about that. I did talk to the Commissioner General and of course the Chief Guest PS that upon my return back home, we are going to request that we formalize the bilaterals between ourselves and Kenya Prison Service, because it appears that Kenya has gone a milestone from what we are doing as a country. We have really learned a lot from you colleagues. As I conclude, on Tuesday when we were opening, as we're entering with the minister and all the guests, I saw a sea of green this side and a sea of green that side with your beautiful camouflage uniform. That is the best uniform you have, and we are going to copy that one. It is always a pleasure to come and sit down amongst your colleagues and listen to what they are doing and learn from them and see where we can improve. Back home in our country at Eswatini, our constitution does provide for freedom of religion. But I was surprised and I was amazed on Tuesday during the opening ceremony when I saw the Reverend giving an opening word of prayer, and I saw, I don't know what you call imam, yes, and I saw the imam as well giving a word of prayer. That is one lesson that I'm taking home. In our country, let me tell you a story as I conclude. In our country, we once had some officials coming from the American embassy coming to visit our centers, and as they were coming there to monitor issues of human rights, they were talking to our chaplains. Then as they were talking to them, they were asking, how are you dealing with the other religions in Eswatini? Then my chaplains, because I'm their senior, they were saying, we are trying by all means to make sure that we preach to these guys so that they convert to Christianity. And outside the meeting, they called me aside and said, Mr. Kumalo, you have a problem here. You need to practice what the Constitution says, freedom of religion. So I'm happy that I was able to see it firsthand happening in Kenya. Finally, during the presentations yesterday, I was amazed to learn about what you called, it was the Chandaria case, whereby I learned from one of the presenters that you have a bakery unit and you have Chandaria textiles, which manufacture items. Thereafter, the inmates, they get a certain portion of the profits. I think that one is really wonderful, and I'm taking that one home. I'm extending an invitation to the Commissioner General on behalf of my boss, even before I am mandated to do that, that next year during the Correctional Services Day back home, he must come so that he can see the implementation of what we have learned from your beautiful country. And let me close by saying the PS has blessed that I take the Secretary of Parks with me to Eswatini so that she can hold our hand and lead us on how we can implement the Parks program back at home. Otherwise, it has been a real pleasure. And we have also appreciated the hospitality that has been shown to us. We've learned a lot. Asante sana.
Karibu sana Mr. Kumalo. Makofi yake yakielekea kukaa. Thank you so much. Mgeni wetu mheshimiwa, kwa heshima yako na kwa ruhusa yako, naomba kumwalika kamishna mkuu wa magereza Kenya, Mr. Patrick Arando, atupe hotuba yake na kisha baadaye alike mgeni mheshimiwa. Karibu bwana komishna. Makofi yakija jukwani tafadhali. Makofi tafadhali yakija jukwani. Karibu sana bwana komishna, uwanjani wako.
Thank you very much, MC. Our PS, State Department for Correctional Services, Dr. Salome Biako, Your Excellency, Major General Misale Seyidov, Deputy Minister of Justice of the Republic of Azerbaijan, Honorable Lady Justice Margaret Muigai, all the dignitaries here present, allow me to ride on the protocol already established. This has been a very wonderful Correctional Service Week this year. Indeed, having dignitaries coming from across the world, from Azerbaijan, Sierra Leone, from Eswatini and other areas, including our partners who have been supporting us, is a great thing. And we, at the Correctional Services, we are grateful and we feel honored by your presence. For those of us in the State Department for Correctional Services, from the headquarters, the prisons, the probation and aftercare, indeed it has been a wonderful time for us to exchange ideas, to share experiences, to learn from one another. And indeed, this has made us better government officers in the areas that we are given assignment to be able to work. And our endeavor is to make our corrections better places, not only for our clients who we are serving or who are serving their sentences in our facilities, and for those who are under probation and aftercare services, but most importantly, to ensure that the knowledge, skills that we impart on those clients who come to our facilities, transform them, reform them, and change them to make them better citizens of this country, so that, as we were informed here through the representative of Crime CPOA, so that once any inmate who leaves our custody or our facilities, there shall not be any recidivism. We'll be able to ensure that we have done the best we can, even when it comes to reintegration, so that the public, the society, the families, and even those who are offended will be ready to accept the returnees, if I may borrow the word that was used earlier, so that they do not come back to our facilities. The government spends quite a lot in terms of budgetary provisions to ensure we keep these inmates in our facilities, to ensure that we provide humane facility and conditions where the inmates stay. And therefore, for us within the correctional services, it is our responsibility to ensure that such budget is minimized through ensuring those who are taken, for instance, to serve under community service orders, those who are serving under probation and aftercare, do not come back as hardened, criminals who have offended or committed other offenses. Therefore, we have a responsibility. Madam PS, we are grateful for the guests who have graced this occasion. From Eswatini, the moment that invitation comes, we want to assure you, myself and a few others of us will be more than willing to visit your beloved country and also learn from yourselves. Our team from Sierra Leone, my brother, it was just last month again you are here. Thank you for gracing and coming to our country within 2 months once again, and therefore we owe you also a return visit to your beautiful country, and thank you so much. I know when the time comes, indeed, we shall be visiting. To our team from Azerbaijan, myself and Madam PS, we were honored to visit Baku last year. You have a very, very beautiful country, and thank you that you also came to represent your nation, and therefore we look forward to coming again to Azerbaijan with a greater, bigger team to learn much more. Our assurance to all of us and the people of Kenya is that we, in the correctional services, will do everything within our power to better our institutions. One, to run, manage our institutions in a good way where we respect the rule of law. We ensure that inmates are treated well in our facilities, and above all, to ensure that we'll continue transforming the lives of those who have been entrusted to us and making change, working with the stakeholders and partners to support this cause of corrections, rehabilitation, reformation, and ensuring that we reintegrate transformed inmates back to our society. From us, Kenya Prison Service, Madam PS, we are grateful to all of us and even your office for being the brains behind this Correctional Service Week. And as you always know, Kenya Prisons is supportive to this initiative. With those many remarks, it is my duty and honor to invite PS Corrections, Dr. Salome Biako, to give our remarks and to continue with the program. Madam PS.
Major General Mirasela Said-Yedov, Deputy Minister of Justice of the Republic of Azerbaijan, Your Ladyship, Lady Justice Margaret Muigai, National Chairperson, Community Service Order Committee, His Excellency David Fortune, Deputy Minister for Internal Affairs, Sierra Leone, Mr. Patrick Arandu, Commissioner General of Kenya Prisons, Dr. Christine Obondi, Secretary, Probation and Aftercare, His Excellency Sultan Ajief, Ambassador of the Republic of Azerbaijan to Kenya, Mr. Joseph John Sensei, Director General, Sierra Leone Correctional Services, Mr. Bongani Kumalo, Deputy Commissioner General of Prisons, Kingdom of Eswatini, Deputy Commissioner Generals present, all directors from the State Department for Correctional Services, including KPS, PACS, and the headquarters, all our partners, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First of all, I wish to thank God for this beautiful, beautiful Correctional Service Week. We thank the Almighty God for making it a success from the beginning to the end. I also wish to relay my greetings from our Minister, Mr. Onesmus Kipchumba Murkomen, who has given up his apologies. It was he who was supposed to close this session, and therefore I will be reading his speech because he had to attend a very urgent matter, but he has committed that he will be joining us this evening. I'm very impressed by the testimony of Willis Opondo because he's a true testament of what I've always thought, that our work is sacred, that our work is very important, that our work is a calling, and that we should be proud of this work. And that is the reason why we have Correctional Service Week, to showcase what we do as correctional officers, both from the two technical units and the headquarters, that we can celebrate the work that we do, that we can take pride in the work that we do, that our work is worthwhile, that what we do is worthwhile, that we can each, wherever we are, leave a mark, leave a legacy by what we do day in, day out, that we create that ripple, however small it may appear, but that ripple creates another and another and another, and it is transformative. And the offender changes, and the offender becomes like Willis. Tumpigieni makofi. As we come close to this year's Correctional Service Week, themed efficiency
to come and make just a few remarks on behalf of the minister. My apologies. The community service orders judge, do you want to? You come and say hello? It's all right, okay. So this week has been an inspiring demonstration of our collective resolve to uphold the highest standards of our correctional institutions. I wish to extend heartfelt gratitude to all officers, staff, and stakeholders whose dedication and professionalism has made this event a resounding success. The tireless pursuit of excellence that you all embody is the pillar on which correctional service stands strong, protecting society and enabling rehabilitation, reformation, and reintegration. Today's great convergence serves to renew our solemn commitment to the principles that guide corrections as a critical profession. At the heart of the department's mission is the belief that the correctional service system operates and must operate with efficiency, integrity, and humanity. Rooted in the global standards and the enduring example of Nelson Mandela rules, our approach to rehabilitation recognizes that all individuals merit respect and dignity, regardless of their past. Correctional facilities are to be transformed into environments of hope, learning, second chances, rather than mere containment. Our correctional service here in Kenya has made commendable progress in embedding these norms into policy and practice, balancing security and compassionate rehabilitation. Ladies and gentlemen, during this Correctional Service Week, we have shared invaluable knowledge, exchanged effective strategies, and built partnerships that will propel us forward. Our discussions on innovative approaches to offender management, mental health support, community engagement, and staff capacity building have set bold targets for the coming years. From this week, hence, we There is no smoke. People look beautiful. People don't age prematurely. They don't have red eyes. They don't have to keep going to hospital to have their chests checked. Why? Alijituma. Na sasa amestaarabika. My prayer and my goal, and I will pray and I will push all of you, by the end of next year, at least 95, and we migrate to clean energy. And for the sake of preservation of our trees, because His Excellency has emphasized, by God's grace in 2032, we should have grown 15 billion trees. In part, those 15 billion trees will have existed because we are not cutting them down. It is for our own benefit. And I want us to adopt a selfish approach when we are using clean energy, that sisi ndio tunanufaika. Because the money you think you're making by using that dirty energy, you lose it by constant hospital visits, and the roofs leaking, and the roofs, the walls looking down. Charge of Kisumu prison. I think it is Kisumu Medium. Out of there, and probation to look magnificent. That improvement right there. We have planted trees, we have planted flowers, we have grown beautiful. We have put slabs, we have painted our prisons. Tumejituma, tujieni makofi. I want us now to take it to the next level, and I'm very, very happy that very many organizations are willing to come on board and work with us. The government of Azerbaijan, the government of Japan, other governments have said we will collaborate. And that is the way to go. This year alone, more than 20 officers from probation and aftercare went for further training in Japan. That is confidence in the State Department for Correctional Services. Probably another 20 will go by April next year. The government of Azerbaijan has said they will continuously assist us. And I want all of us to come on board, because we can continue learning, we can continue improving, we can continue growing. And when I started the program of He for He Adopt a Triple Decker campaign, I did not think I would get so much support. And in a very, very special way, I want to thank the government of Azerbaijan. They have helped us. In just 6 months, we will have made over 2,000 beds for the prisons. And that is our work. That is a contribution from all of us. Kenyans for Kenya. Sisi wenyewe tunajifanyia kazi. We mean business. That is why we have done this. We have equipped Nairobi West Prison. We have equipped Kajiado Prison. We are going to equip Kiambu Prison in the coming weeks. And my prayer is that through our collective effort, climate change emphasizes addressing environmental sustainability is critical, not only in social and economic resilience. In this light, embedding energy and sustainable practices in correctional facilities is an imperative step towards reducing carbon footprints, cutting operational costs, and fostering rehabilitative environments that align Kenyans' commitments to climate action and sustainable development. Finally, to the Kenyan public, let this week be a reminder that a just society is measured not by those it punishes, but by those it restores. Correctional services is a critical pillar to upholding justice, peace, and social cohesion. Together, we affirm that every individual deserves dignity, opportunity, and hope of redemption. It is now my great pleasure to officially declare the Correctional Service Week 2025 duly closed. May lessons learned, bonds forged, and commitments renewed over these days inspire us to greater heights in serving humanity nationally and globally. Thank you all. May God bless you, and may God continue to bless the work of your hands, and may God bless the Republic of Kenya. Asanteni sana.
So, Daktari, asante sana, tumpigie mgeni wetu wa heshima makofi. Nitaomba tafadhali mgeni wetu wa heshima usiondoke. Nitaomba ubaki hapo tu juu. Pamoja na wewe nitaomba Bwana CGP tafadhali apande kwenye jukwaa pamoja na Secretary Park. Tafadhali nitaomba pia apande kwenye jukwaa. I want also to request our guests from Eswatini and Sierra Leone kindly join our guest of honor, because we'll want you to issue some certificate to the organizing committee that organized this week. Kuja kwenye jukwaa. Asante sana. Na nikitaja jina lako tafadhali utakuja kwenye jukwaa kwa kasi, wakati ambapo mwenzangu Bi Susan atakuwa anampisha ama anampatia mgeni wa heshima vyeti hivi. Kwa hivyo naomba moja kwa moja kwa haraka Ann Kimanthi, Bianca Muhammad tafadhali harakishe uje kwenye jukwaa. Oto tafadhali njoo kwenye jukwaa. Edna Kipsambu. Baada ya Edna Kipsambu, Bwana Edwin Kigen, tafadhali njoo kwenye jukwaa. Baada ya Edwin Kigen, naomba Edwin Mungira. Baada ya Edwin Mungira, Eliud Opilo. Eliud Opilo ndio amekuwa mwenyekiti wa kamati andalizi wakiwa na wenzake hawa, na tunafurahi kwa kazi kuntu walioweza kufanya kuhakikisha kwamba kongamano. Jojo Dunga yuko hapa. Baada ya Jojo Dunga, naomba George Wahome. George Wahome tafadhali. Baada ya George, naomba Harriet Karanja tafadhali. Harriet Karanja baada ya George. Mkiangalia afya ya George iko juu kuashiria ya kwamba mshahara yake haichelewi. Tumpigieni makofi. Harriet Karanja. Naomba Daktari Margaret Mutuma aje. Daktari Margaret Mutuma. Elizabeth Ribiru apande kwenye jukwaa tafadhali, kisha Daktari Margaret Mutuma. Baada ya daktari, naomba Nicholas Kigondu. Nicholas Kigondu tafadhali njoo kwenye jukwaa. Baada ya Nicholas Kigondu, naomba Nicholas Kotikash. Nicholas Kotikash, kijana mtanashati, anakuja na mwendo aste aste akiwa na asili ya Muethiopia lakini Mkenya mzalendo. Anafuatwa na Patrick Omondi. Patrick Omondi alikuwa siku moja kule pwani, akapata wakila, akakaribishwa, akaambiwa karibu Twala, akasema nyi twaleni tu. Asante sana. Anafuata sasa ni Pauline Mogambi anakaribia sasa, na mwisho kabisa kutoka katika kitengo cha Correctional Services ni Bi Regina Morioki. Ndio huyo Bi Regina Morioki, huyu alikuwa katika kitabu cha Hello Children, ndio alikuwa anaitwa Mary. Kutoka katika kitengo cha PAK tuko na Daktari Jocelyn Mushemi, akifuatwa kwa karibu sana na Ronald Enyakasi. Daktari Joyce, tafadhali njoo kwenye jukwaa, na kama hayuko Ronald Enyakasi ndio huyo anakuja. Tuko na Rose Wamboi Thuku, tafadhali njoo kwenye jukwaa. Rose Wamboi Thuku ndio yule anakuja. Alafu tuko na Stella Tere. Baada ya Stella naomba Steven Wamboi. Aje Steven Wamboi. Baada ya Steven Wamboi tuko na Ven Kerubo. Bi Ven Kerubo anatoka maeneo ya Kisii, na Wakisii sisi hatuna W yetu inakuwaga ni G. Tukiita mtu kama Wawero tunamuita Wawero. Orienda Otagwara. Or have you seen the water in the watermelon? Karibu sana Bi Kerubo. Baada ya Kerubo tuko na na Vincent Rapando. Tafadhali aje Vincent Rapando ndio huyo, na tutaweza kufunga jamvi ya vyeti na Yusuf Kaitopok ndiye atakayefunga sehemu hii ya PAK, kitengo cha PAK. Mkiangalia ya Itopok Yusuf pia afya yake iko juu, ishara ya kwamba mshahara yake haichelewi. Asante sana. Naomba tumpigieni makofi Yusuf. Kete komaigoro mokore atigorea mwerirwo tene baba aremi gwai. Kumbe hamkukuja. Hivyo ndio vile ambavyo tunamaliza, na tunashukuru sana kwa sababu ya hicho kipindi. Na hivi sasa kwa heshima na taadhima nitaomba kumkaribisha Deputy Commissioner General Madam Kiri aje atoe shukrani kwa niaba ya kamati andalizi na kwa niaba ya afisi ya Principal Secretary, kwa sababu ya washikadau ambao walikuwa pamoja nasi na wale wote waliweza kuhusika na kuhakikisha kwamba shughuli hizi zimekuwa za kufana. Naomba kwa heshima tafadhali tumkaribishe Madam Kiiri. Asante sana.
Chief guest for today, our PS Correctional Service, Dr. Salome Biako, another invited distinguished guest, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Kindly allow me to read on the protocols already observed as I move my vote of thanks. As we draw the curtains on this year's Correctional Service Week 2025, allow me on behalf Dr. Salome Biako, thank you very much for your visionary leadership and being the driving force behind the Correctional Service Week. Your foresight in establishing this platform has enabled our technical departments to share best practices. Your presence and inspiring insights today crown this event with honor and meaning. Let me also take this opportunity to appreciate the regional and international delegations who graced this year's Correctional Service Week with their presence and valuable insights. We are deeply honored to have hosted the delegation from the Republic of Azerbaijan, led by His Excellency Sultan Hajijev, Ambassador of Azerbaijan to Kenya, the delegation from Sierra Leone, led by Director General Mr. Joseph Senesie, and the delegation from the Kingdom of Eswatini, led by the Deputy Commissioner General of Prisons, Mr. Bogani. Your participation has greatly enriched our discussions, strengthened international collaboration, and reaffirmed the shared commitments among correctional institutions. We acknowledge the Commissioner General of Prisons, Patrick Arando, and Probation and Aftercare Service Secretary, Dr. Christine Obondi, for their visionary leadership and continued dedication to steer towards improved service delivery. Gratitude to all panelists and moderators throughout the week. Our appreciation also goes to our partners and stakeholders, the exhibitors whose collaboration, innovation, and steadfast support have been instrumental to the success of this event. We further extend our gratitude to the Commissioner General in charge of administration, the directors present, regional commanders, officers in charge, station managers from both technical departments. We thank you most sincerely for gracing this occasion. Your presence has given meaning and strength to this event. We equally recognize the contribution of the Masters of Ceremony, the dance band, the choir, for keeping the atmosphere vibrant and entertaining throughout the week. Our gratitude also extends to the Edge Hotel for providing excellent conference facilities and warm hospitality during the entire duration of this event. Finally, to all others who have contributed in one way or another, whether in your planning, logistics, or behind-the-scenes support, we say thank you and thank you very much. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed. As we conclude, may the partnerships, networks, and ideas shared this week continue to strengthen our collective mission of promoting rehabilitation with dignity and excellence in service. Thank you all, and may God bless you abundantly.
Tumpigie makofi mazuri tafadhali. Let's appreciate her with hearty claps. Please. Tumpigie makofi mazuri tena tafadhali. our chief guest, Madam, with your permission, allow me to now move to the other segment of the program, and that is the photo session, the photo exposure. I'll request you, Madam, with great humility, that you lead the delegation, accompanied by the following, and as you do so, Madam, please allow me invite the prisons choir to be on stage. Accompanying you, Madam, will be Major General Misale Seyido, Mr. Patrick Arandu, Commissioner General Prison, Dr. Christine Obondi, Parks, Mr. David Fortune, the Deputy Minister, International Affairs of Sierra Leone, Lady Justice Margaret Muigai, Mr. Joseph Sensi from the Director General of Sierra Leone, Mr. Bogani Kumalo, Deputy Commissioner General of Prison, the Kingdom of Eswatini, Mr. Nicholas Maswai, Deputy Commissioner General Prison, Administration, Madam Jane Curie, Deputy Commissioner General Prison, Technical, Mr. Sami Kioko, the Secretary Administrative Correctional Service, Mr. Gishan D. Adesi from Teleo Group, and finally, Madam Caroline Nyanja from Crime Sipoa. Please. Prisons band, please. That will be the first group. We'll have the second photo by the partners after this. The first group, I request Madam PS to lead the delegation together with the guests that I've just read. Major General, Commissioner General Prison, Daktari, the next joining, joining the partners, please, the partners supporting this initiative. Kindly join the group, the team, our partners, our esteemed partners. Kindly join the group, our esteemed partners and corporates. Our various partners, please kindly join the team for the second group photo session, or rather photo expose. Chini kwa chini. Watafuata the following directors: the Directors, State Department for Correctional Services, the Directors, Parks,